that real quick. Oh, little Zukov. Did you have a good day today? Did you have fun? I bet you did. You look like you were having a pretty good time. Now you're all tired, sleepy. Look at you. Pretty little eyes. Pretty little eyes. My goodness. You gent who took all this in. There we go. Yeah. There. Alright, there we go. Cool. Alrighty. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. I'll do this as well. There. I like to hear that click. Nice. Excellent. Cool. Get rid of all that bullshit. Doing this here, y'all. Cool. Alright, sweet. Yeah, get rid of all that shit. How you doing, buddy? How are you doing, little Zuka? Sweet little thing. There. There you go. Boop. Turn this on. Turn these on. Bada boom. Okie-dokie. Take some of these bad boys out. Boom. Boom. And boom. Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Boom. Alright. Oh, that is definitely going to be some dankness. Little Zukov. Such a sweet boy. Anyway, let's do this here now. It's not too loud. Cool. There we go. I don't know this much. Melons have been sufficiently murked today. Aside from one, I spared a single cantaloupe. One cantaloupe has been spared. Last for the squash. We got melons. Murked. Early obliterated. And of course, they should decompose and all that fun stuff, you know, out in the wild. So, I don't feel bad about leaving my targets out there. I also made sure to pick up all my shells too, or at least what I could find. But I don't know. I think I found most of them. I know I didn't find all of them, but I at least found most of them. That's the important part. Hey, what's up, Venom? What's up, my dude? This burrito is amazing. Amazing. Smoked burrito. Of course it is. Burrito looks good. Yeah, this is a good burrito. How much? Well, it's actually on special from what I understand all week. They actually raised the prices up, so it's $11 now, but it was $9.75 today. Or there's $5. Yeah, maybe like 3 or 4 years ago. Not really anymore. Gotta thank the face for that bullshit. And of course, you know, wages not, you know, kind of trying to make up for the rise of all the inflations. So thus, kind of get stuck with just shit getting more pricier and pricier and having to get it less and less. So this is good all the time, but not as much. Went to deli today, got a hero sandwich, now I'm stuffed. Nice. Now, I haven't really had too much to eat today because pretty much like the first third of the day was planning on getting my friends together and leaving. And then from there, it was getting out and finding a place to go shooting. So once we actually found a spot, we didn't have really too much daylight, but we took pretty much full advantage of whatever we had. Even did some night shooting a little bit as it got darker. But I must say, melons and squashes have been sufficiently murked. Like whatever's left of the honeydews, cantaloupes, and like spaghetti squash and butternut squashes and shit. Yeah, they're. I'm actually very like astonished how well like squashes held. Like they were like solid like shells. Like I mean they were able to. You know, like take beating a little bit. So definitely next time I'm gonna buy a lot of squashes. Next time I have, you know, things I want to shoot. Because at the point, whatever, you know, like saying at the beginning, you know, whatever decomposes, then just goes right into the ground. So don't really have to worry about like trying to find like, you know, random like metal bits or plastic bits from like a 2-liter or like, you know, a beer can or some shit. So at least have that, because I'll see like a lot of broken glass, you know, shit, you know, every now and then on the roads and stuff, and you know, I'm trying to avoid that. So usually going for fruits and things. Like the extra buildings and effects you get used from corporate structures. Are you slowly becoming a hardcore capitalist there, Venom? Are we gonna need an intervention? Do you need re-education there, so must we remind you about some of the mere beginnings of these problems? Such as with landlords, to begin with. Because, I was watching some of DFAT Fried's episode on Landlords, and honestly, I find it pretty amusing how there isn't really, like, a big gray area on how to deal with landlords. There's basically just, like, pull them out, or just say fuck you, and just, you know, just, like, sit it out, essentially, and use, like, the legal system to, you know, fight back with it. It's a great episode. It really was. It just enforced some of my positions about landlords anyway. I like the hot take that came out of TJ. It's like, you know what? The one good thing Mao did was this. So fuck you guys. I don't even care. I love TJ for that though. Like he just comes out of a hot take, just doesn't give a shit. A lab. It doesn't ring as well. I mean, all landlords up there says a lap? A lap? Yeah. There's no real, like, good acronym for that. A lab, but, eh. It's not as punchy as a cab, you know? Doesn't have, like, the punch. Police equal defunded, libs equal own, Shapiro equal Venezuela. Oh, were you trying to tell Logan earlier? Because on our way back from our little shooting trip, he was saying, apparently he was saying while we were out here that we weren't going to be able to find a place and stuff. So I'm sitting here like, he's wanting to talk because we're out here shooting some boomsticks. I actually have a full ammo box just full of all the shells I collected. So whatever shells I was able to find, they're all in here. Got some of my, Logan flaked? No, Logan was there. No, it was Logan, Harley, my dad and I. And Vito and Zukov, but yeah, here's some I bought a bunch of target shots, you know, like for target shooting and competition shooting, so these are those slugs, and they're full of them in here. They're all up in that bitch, so I actually didn't use any of my game loads, so I have all three of those boxes still in there. I ended up using up all my slugs, which I kind of expected, but a part of me was hoping maybe to preferably maybe avoid that, but it's whatever. There was 2 slug rounds for everybody. Well, 2 for everyone and 4 for me, because, well, I bought them. I'm going to be taking the most advantage of them. But, you know, so there was at least, you know, some distribution. Sukov.
It's not me, silly. That was when your dad asked. He's like, "Are you driving?" I'm like, no.
I mean, you'd go if you weren't working, but driving-wise, yeah, no.
No, this is when we're going shooting. You know, before you guys left.
Yeah.
He's like, "Are you driving?" I'm like,
I've told him like a couple days ago, or at least a week ahead, like, yo, you wanna drive me and my homeboys out, you know, to go shooting? He was like, yeah, and today he was like, wait, I'm driving you? I'm like, yeah. You're coming along.
He came in and asked me. He's like, "Are you driving?" I'm like,
"What the hell?" Like he knew that. He knew.
Like, "You have a license, don't you?" I'm like, "Yeah, but I'm not driving."
Yeah, he knew that. You know, he was.
I don't think he wanted to go anywhere though.
I mean, I think he was trying to find a little bit of a cop. But honestly, it was so weird though, because when he was there, he was actually having have fun and having a good time.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'd be weird if he's like trying to cop, but been like, eh.
What do you think your buckshot?
Honestly, like out of other 12 gauges I've shot, that has the least amount of kick. So that honestly surprised me. I actually kind of understand what Jess was kind of saying a little bit about the warped recoil spring, because every now and then on some shots and some loads, occasionally, yeah, it didn't do it a lot. It did it more later after it was used up a pretty good.
Once it gets hot.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So
yeah.
All you gotta do is just replace the spring.
Yeah.
And it'll be fine.
Which I think is in the bust off from what I understand about the SA08s, is that recoil spring kind of goes into the stock, so.
If you have any questions, go down to my store and talk to Kyle.
Yeah.
Taller guy, wears glasses. He can point you in the right direction on what to get.
Yeah. Honestly, just saying, it still shoots totally fine and all good, so. It's not like, the biggest priority right now. at the moment, so still functions.
Remember how you were talking about you wanted a AK?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys saw one for 1,500 right now.
Yeah, I saw a couple of them over there, and I was like,
yo, this is built. Like, he built it.
Really?
And it's 1,500.
Man, they've been going up. Man, they're going up too.
That's fully built. That's like he built it from the ground up.
Damn.
AKs that you buy now are probably like 1,000.
Yeah.
But his is fully built the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah. I'm LARPing as a benevolent megacorp that produces trade for social welfare programs.
No, are you going to get your whatever you wanted, that SKS or whatever it was?
It wasn't there when I went there today, so I'm assuming maybe it got bought.
Call and place an order.
Yeah, okay.
Literally call them and say, okay, I want, actually go down, when you go down and you register,
Yeah.
tell them this is what I want, have Dave help you, because when I talked to my boss about getting one, he said talk to Dave, make sure Dave checks it over, make sure it's all good, that it's a good price, then go from there.
Sweet.
Because he won't steer you wrong, he's that guy.
Nah. Cool. Fucking Roast Bullet took the side of campaign finance reform. She went from the left to Fagin on this issue. Really? What the hell? Oh, Rip. You wanna know who did flake when going shooting with us? Was actually Tyler. He was like, it's kind of cutting it close, and I have to kind of go to work and prep for that, and blah blah blah. And it's like, I mean, it saved us time, but it was like, okay. It was a little bit like, okay, man, I mean, we were already cutting it close, but, I mean, it's not a big deal. Oh no, it's a little dark outside for like 30 minutes or an hour, give or take, you know, while we're shooting. Staying up in work nights. It's a little like, I mean, it's like he can slack it every now and then. Like, I can understand it, make sure he stays to something like that, but I don't stick to it all the time, you know, like, when it comes to not staying up late. I mean, some nights I'll do it. Yeah, it's the next day, you know, like one of my usual, like, kind of whatever days. Definitely not. I'm a little more drained, but, whatever. A little coffee or a little energy drink, you know, or something like that don't hurt. Though I know he's not fond of those either, so. I mean, coffees I think he'd probably be more okay with, but definitely not an energy drink. I mean, I don't even drink energy drinks anymore, to be honest. I just, at this point, I pretty much, like, will have, like, one of the Black Rifle espresso coffees, like, in one of those cans.
You want to finish the chocolate meat?
Huh?
You want to finish the chocolate meat?
Okay. Oh, like, finish it up. Alright.
Yeah.
Well, don't need to finish it anytime soon. I have a burrito. I drink energy drinks, but only the low sugar ones. Yeah, those are definitely better for you. I know Viso's like that, but I've tried them before, and I'm just not a fan of those. Fuck Black Rifle that's owned by a Trumper asshole. I mean, it ain't Starbucks, but, I mean, their coffee tastes better. I mean, honestly. Like, yeah, he is, and, you know, like, I'm not exactly fond of their overall ethics, aside from, I guess, being an all-veteran-based company. But, I mean, the coffee tastes good, so whatever. Tastes better than the Starbucks ones that I've gotten for a long time. I just wish they had a vanilla one. Like, they have a mocha, an espresso, and that's it. That's at least the ones I get. So, the Black Rifle coffees, like those little canned ones. Well, I'm sure I could, yeah. I'm sure I could get, like, any of their flavors online, but...
You can also buy their ground beans, you can do it that way, too.
Oh. They have ground beans?
Dude, they're a full coffee company.
I know they are!
I looked them, I saw an ad for them, and it was like... cheap.
Damn. So tired of those Trumper assholes at this point. I mean, I am too, but... I mean, if they make a good damn coffee, I mean, they make a good damn coffee. I mean, it's just like, I don't know, like, what can I tell you? I mean, it's just like, whatever the fuck, like, small little Black Rifle is gonna fucking do, you know, as a company and shit, in comparison to, like, these bigger fucks, like, Tucker Carlson and you know, Ben Shapiro and all these other motherfuckers, like, they're like a drop in the bucket. But, I mean, yeah. I mean, when it comes to, I guess, the whole moral thing about companies or whatever, it's more about, like, the megacorps and shit. Because, at least when it got, like, the smaller ones, there's a lot more of a, like, home manufacturing going on. And, you know, I prefer, at least, you know, having companies doing that type of shit, where it's, like, I guess, made in America, whatever the fuck. Or more, like, made locally, or homemade, or whatever the hell. However they catch it, but... Because, again, at least it's not like Starbucks where their shit's getting fucking, like, shipped from child slave fucking coffee bean, like, farms or whatever the hell. I mean, honestly, all in all, I bet both of them are probably anti-union, but Starbucks is so vehemently anti-union right now, all things considered, so fuck them. Like, at this point, I'm just not, no. Like, any other coffee, at that point, I really don't give a fuck. It's whatever. I mean, even then, I don't even drink coffee that often. It's if I need a pick-me-up, at this point, that's just what I'm getting. I mean, because it does, at least for me, personally, taste better. But I'm also not, like, a big coffee snob. If it just tastes good, it tastes good, so... That's kind of my position when it comes to food and drinks. If it tastes good, you know? Don't listen to acknowledge. Join Megacorp, we have great benefits. Uh-huh, sure you do. Here at Black Rifle Mega Corporation, we have amazing benefits. Get back to this also. Well, yeah, I know. I'm not saying that you don't. I'm just saying what I personally do. Because, like, I mean, when it comes down to at least to some of the, like, big red flags when it comes to the overall ethics, I think, like, a lot of the massive exploitative, like, outsourcing of shit that companies like Starbucks do is significantly more impactful in comparison to whatever crazy, weird ideologies the owners of Black Rifle might have. Or, you know, even Chick-fil-A and shit. It's like, yeah, they're shitty, but, hey, Chick-fil-A makes good chicken, and, at least to me personally, Black Rifle coffee tastes pretty good. Whatever. I mean, I don't like their stupid nonsense when it comes to their personal political beliefs or whatever, but they make good coffee, at least. I use Super Coffee. Why not Mr. Coffee? Conveniently right next to Mr. Radar. If no one gets that reference, I will be seriously disappointed. What the hell am I looking at here? That, sir, is Mr. Coffee. Mr. Coffee. Yeah, so whenever you want to look at Mr. Radar, you can have a coffee if you enjoy looking at it. Also, Cascadia Cold Brew. Oh, that's a thing? Cascadia Cold Brew? Huh. I haven't heard of them. But if I see them around, I'll try them out. I haven't heard of them before, so... I mean, honestly, fundamentally, like, I'm down to support other coffee brands, but the only other one that I see directly when it comes to, you know, at least where I work at, I mean, it's either Starbucks, like the store brand, or the Black Rifle. And I think there's, like, one other brand, but it's like, hardly there, and it's also really expensive. So, it's like, that's just out of the question. So, I mean, there's not really many selections overall. But I guess, you know, but when it comes to them, it's like, well, I guess it's one of the main America one that doesn't outsource and exploit fucking poor third world farmers and shit, so, alright. There's that, at least. I don't think Safeway sells... Yeah, because, yeah, like I said, I never heard of it. But if Plaid sells it, then, you know, next time I'm in Plaid, I'll have to, you know, take a gander. I know Sevy's actually has more coffee selections, so I'll maybe next time I'm in 7-Eleven, I'll see if they have it. Because sometimes they'll have like their own specific coffee brand, you know, the 7-Eleven corporate brand version, and then a couple other ones as well. And of course, you know, the Black Rifle and Starbucks too, and a few others. So I think they have at least like 4 or 5. Safeway has like 3 or at least 3 or 4, give or take. I don't know, still an internet, not sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure either. I mean, I just know that at least my local Sevy's has a little bit more of a selection, so I'll just have to check it out, scope it up. Let's see what other let's see what fun stuff is happening for tube-wise. Go watch that Landlord episode, because I was checking it out, and it's a fun one. Because, oh, we can just, so enjoy just our confirmation bias of hating landlords, right? Right? Right. Because, yeah, fuck landlords. They're shit. Und garbage. I mean, because honestly, if you really think about it, they're based off of a absurd, abhorrent fucking idea, you know, from its origins, feudalism. And that's basically where the king or the lord of the land owns everything on that fucking land, including you. And the grass that grows on that land, the dirt that it's on, everything. And it's like, huh? But I mean, like, when expanded upon and adapted and evolved, it really hasn't changed too much. Like, when there's just baby miniature, privatized, like, do-it-yourself little, like, fiefdoms now at this point. Where the tenants are pretty much all kind of like the serfs, you know, kind of bent to the whim and will of whatever their fucking landlord has to say about it. It's in their name, too. Landlord. The lords of the land. So it's just like, it's quite literally in their damn name. And funny enough, they're also, across the board globally, are generally frowned upon. Like, no one really likes them that much. Like, I mean, if you go anywhere, you're not going to exactly get many sympathetic views about them. I guess maybe aside from America, just because people here are fucking bootlickers. Can't rent increase more than 9% a year in Oregon? Or rent can't increase? Well, yeah. I mean, and honestly, even with that, I mean, it's still too fucking much. Because, you know, just listening to how, like, some of my people be like, hey, you know, my rent used to be, like, you know, a year or two ago was, like, you know, maybe 1,000, but now it's at, like, you know, 1,500 or 1,600 now. Like, I can't fucking, you know, it's barely making it affordable now. I mean, it's just like, I'm knowing too many people that even with that, you know, in place in Oregon, you know, people are, you know, are either losing their homes because of it regardless, or barely making it by. What in the hell?
Ice.
Ah. It's like, what in the, what corpse are you beating?
A dead cat on the road.
Oh. Some rents are increasing 50% in Texas and Florida. Maybe Mao had a point with landlords. No, fuck it, we're watching it.
Today, I thought we'd talk about a scourge that all of us...
A scourge? Oh, I love it, Paul.
With,
I love
our audience.
I like how he started it so far. A scourge. Oh. Oh, man, we're already off to a great start. Based. I didn't even catch that the first time.
Landlords. Whether you think they're a necessary evil, parasites, or reputable business people, they have a long and complicated history. And some truly horrific examples. So tonight, we take a look at landlords on Deep Fat Friday.
How do you get the middle class out to work class? Right now, they're silently siding with millionaires. Because the middle class is no longer kind of blended in with the working class. Because there was a period of time where the middle class was essentially like in tandem with the working class. Like people who were a part of the working class, you know, in some cases were even better off than some people in the middle class. I mean, you know, every now and then vice versa, but I mean, it's like, there was a period of time in America, especially during like the 50s, 60s, and 70s, where they were essentially in tandem, like in hand in hand with each other. So whatever, like, you know, issues, you know, revolved around the middle class, it revolved around the working class too. But at this point, because of the main, like, foundation of the working class and labor in this country especially has been uplifted and essentially uprooted. Now, like, what's left of the working class is essentially the lower classes at this point. And anyone who's a part of that working class is, at best, the lower middle class, and at worst, part of the upper lower classes. Or even the mid lower classes and shit. Or just, I mean, honestly, at worst, literally homeless and working 4 or 5 fucking jobs or whatever the fuck anyway. I mean, honestly, it's at the bottom of the barrel now at this fucking rate. I mean, that's pretty much primarily why. It's because of the fucking extraction and exploitation. And now the middle class is made up of NIMBY, more upper crusty fucking, like, you know, IT dorks or fucking Silicon Valley dorks and, you know, like accountants and marketers and all these other motherfuckers and shit, you know, that still make decent money, but the working class is no longer in tandem with that. So it's like now there's just a massive disconnect, which is why, you know, in some places like in Intel, for example, your workplace, there's less sympathies towards unions and unionization of labor because that type of sentiment isn't there anymore. Maybe back in the 70s it probably would have, because it was, you know, for a time straight up in tandem with each other. Like those same, you know, middle class dudes working at the IT and shit would, you know, get off work, head to the pub, and, you know, the same dudes working the factory line on the other facility across the compound or whatever the fuck at the, you know, at the corporate, you know, place and shit would be going to the same bar. You know, it's like there would be some, you know, actual like blends, you know, between their, you know, living, but at this point, not really anymore.
Penis. Oh, you picked one up.
Yeah. I have all my...
So cute!
It's a little 30 cal one. I have all my... At least the shells I could find in there. The ones I used up.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know why you'd save them.
Well, I didn't want to leave them on the ground or whatever. At the very least.
This one's it's open.
Yeah, it's a little bit cut to open.
Mine's not even that hard.
Oops, I did corruption technically. Wait, what? I confessed for my vassals, I sometimes stack switch over to remove their evidence officer production structure so my crime structures don't get shut down. Wow. Why am I not surprised if you venom? That's the name of the podcast. It was actually perfect timing. It's like, hey, what are you watching? And it's like, well, just wait a few seconds. Oh, there's a fucking shill.
Commentaries,
commentaries. TJ, you are.
Is that simplicity
go. Go away. Teach. There we go.
Boo!
Boo! TJ.
Boo, landlords. Boo!
Especially them. Boo!
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 Seriously, boo!
Seriously,
yeah,
boo!
we say this, but yeah, TJ, only one among us has been a lord of land here.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yes,
That is true. I love that. Lord
of Land?
The Lord of the Land.
Class for a number of years.
Yes.
I remember Paul lived very well in them years. Like, Paul, it was every time you go to see Paul, Cavoisier, Caviar. Oh, yes! Like,
Do I die?
oh, being a landlord is a fine occupation.
Pass me another cocktail of tenant's tears.
Yes.
Go turn it down again.
And find good tenants these
You want 30
days.
or you want 20?
So,
Tears are not nearly salty enough.
25.
excuse me. Jeez
Split down the middle, I
Louise.
guess.
Let's start with a little bit of historical context. Landlords are not a new thing.
Okay, I get this what?
Modern
Saturday or Sunday?
Hmm?
I get this Saturday? Or did I get this Sunday?
I think Sunday. What if landlords try to woke themselves land tenders, land supervisors? Oh my god, don't even start.
Okay, I got this Sunday. It is now...
Land tenants, dude. What if they just appropriate tenants and just like, no, you're our tenants, but we're the land tenants.
Okay, well, we'll split it down the middle and say it's almost 12 o'clock. That's how much battery I have.
2 and a 1?
Yeah. That's since Sunday. And that's like smoking periodically every day. And it's not smoking every day, but it's smoking every day when my girlfriend comes down in her car.
Yeah.
All the way up to Vancouver.
and have their roots, in kind of like medieval times, obviously.
Serfdom.
Landlords obviously existed before medieval times. People have needed places to live, and people have, had various concepts.
Some of the earlier forms of like landlords and lordship of land, because a lot of serfdom was basically like how serfs and serf society was basically you had the lord or the king outright, and they owned essentially all the land, including whatever the fuck was on it. That included the wildlife, the grass that grew on it, the homes, the villages, the people, everything. And essentially the people that was working the farms and tending to the agriculture were known as the serfs. And they basically not only were owned, but also had to buy things for themselves from the lord that they're also owned by. So it's just like there was like this weird like indentured servitude like lifestyle that essentially was within serf society that
Before you take a hit.
That basically,
That's 30.
At 30, all right. Which basically made them like slaves of a few extra steps, basically.
Yeah.
As Rick and Morty once put it.
Well before that.
Right, I mean...
What the fuck? That I hit that at 30 and it didn't make me cough, but 25 and 50 make me cough. What the fuck? Okay.
Kind of difficult sometimes, like, talking about old societies, because, like, so much has evolved and changed since then that it's like we bring a lot of modern conceptions to things like that. Sure. It's like, well, ownership wasn't the same thing as it was back. I mean, if you look at this feudal pyramid of power here, you see, like, merchants are way down at the bottom, and obviously merchants are the ones that really climbed that fucking ladder of social mobility to, like, new heights, to where I would say the merchant class is now pretty much at the top of our society.
So before our more modern notions of private property arose, which if you think about it, like, just the idea that a commoner can buy land is a relatively new idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you just maintained land for the lord, landlord,
because
right?
the nobility has always known that, that's the only thing they're not making more of is land, right? And the population keeps going up, and the speculative value of that land is just forever going to go up and up and up over time. And
especially when you tend to
this. So,
all value in the world is at some point derived from like land, because every resource is tethered to it. Like anything you can mine, anything you can grow, it's all tied to land.
Well, land usually had to be like, with nobility, like
the resources are all in the land, right?
It was acquired through marriage
or
like
bloodshed.
Yeah, or you took the land. I mean, that's not saying only nobility owned land, but for the most part, yes. That's about the only people that had land.
It's true. Social and economic life in medieval Europe was organized within a system that today is known as feudalism. A lot of people have heard of this.
Yep.
Unlike the nobility, few peasants had their own land, and many were considered serfs, who were legally prohibited from even really leaving the land that they cultivated without a permission slip from the lord. So
they couldn't even leave like the lands that they were a part of without permission.
Back in the day,
just leave.
the landlord wasn't just leasing
Do you have permission?
property; he was leasing you. And your whole
Do you have permission from the lords?
If you were a serf, your family was expected to live on and continue to develop for the profit of the lord that piece of land in perpetuity.
That was basically what the whole point of the serfs were. Was basically there to not have their own lives, but to basically maintain the broader lifestyle and society that the nobility was living in at the time that owns that specific land. So whoever the lord is, those serfs are essentially there to continue maintaining whatever the hell is going on with the lordships and all that shit.
Bread? On these serfs had to pay the lord for the privilege of baking their own bread. There's means of control.
Right, they had to sell all of the crops or most of the crops to him, and then if they needed, obviously, and they did, to buy it back, they had to go and buy their own things back from him.
Guys, like, yo,
Because
about a mod.
he owned the land, therefore he owned everything on the land, including you, your ass, which is really different. It makes it a whole different job than today.
They got all sorts of
also the wild game on that land too.
Rainbow, blue, black.
So figure that one out. you own nothing essentially.
Orange.
While free peasants could at least move or be married without their permission slips, their circumstances were rarely very much better than total serfs, since most were landless. Landed lords demanded rents from peasants in exchange for the right to work the soil, often paid in labor, or with a hefty part of the harvest. Usually both, obviously. So you not only paid rent, it was not just about putting a roof over your head back then. It was like your whole life is encapsulated by this one person. They own you. They own the place you live. You got to pay them for the privilege to be there.
I mean, honestly, how is this not really that much different from like slavery? It's just basically like a way where it's soft as fuck and normalized to the point. It's like, well, we're not going to literally make them chatteled, but they kind of have this veneer of kind of living autonomously, but we own them. They're property.
You got to work that land. You get to keep a paltry amount for yourself and maybe sell it, but 99% of it goes to them. And then you got to buy it back from them with whatever meager wages they give you for maintaining the land.
Jesus.
Oh, by the way, the lord's in a dispute with another lord. Now you have to go fight a bunch of other serfs. Oh, if you don't, your family will throw off the land, you'll die.
Yeah, how dare
Oh my lord. They're going to start going to you for guns now.
No, they can't.
Of course, yeah.
Well, yeah, I know they can't.
Fight. We have a dispute.
Habib can, because Habib's 21.
Yeah.
And he asked me, he's like,
my serfs won the day.
He's like, I need
some yeah, you're just a total bitch to the Lord, basically.
It was telling me about wanting to get a 22 or something.
Ifs, ands, or buts about it. They're just your guys.
They own your ass.
You can't get bricks.
They own every ounce of your ass.
It might sound different
Actually,
than
no,
what
you
we
can get
have
bricks.
today, but
you can only get
not
two.
as much.
It really
Maybe
is.
there's like little subterfuges now that didn't exist then.
Being the Lord, though, meant you had to give back in some ways. See, that's a difference. Like, lords were actually, had to have some accountability. Like, peasants wanted holidays. They had those holidays. They would hold feasts for the peasants and shit.
Well, yeah, that's still the same shit today. They do gestures of goodwill to make sure they don't get fucking
But what I'm saying is like,
I have a feeling, at least back in those societies, they probably at least meant something of a fuck, because there were things like feasts and like little festivities where the peasantry and the serfs can have their moment of like relaxation and debauchery and all that shit. Like, I mean, there was at least to a certain degree accountability, at least within the lordships to an extent, because like they couldn't just literally treat them obviously like literal fucking slaves. They had to still treat them as human beings to a degree. So they gave them these more softer comforts that and creature comforts that they can have occasionally. And then possibly let them have the occasional time to not necessarily work that day. It's like, yeah, we'll have someone else take care of your tilling for today. You can go out and frolic out in the fields over there if you like. Do whatever you want today. You won't be turned to the fields for right now. It's like we don't want to break you too hard. So relax. Like, go to the baker, get a bread. Here's a shilling for that. Or whatever the fuck. Some shit like that. I mean, because there wasn't things like phones, the internet, entertainment, and, advertisements in your face all the time. There wasn't this type of shit today that, like, obviously back then. So they had to have something to fill in the blank of just kind of idling around or constantly fucking working. Like, they had to have something. So there had to at least be some form of accountability from the lords and the nobility class, for their peasantry. Because, or else, especially back then, they would just straight outright fucking revolt. They wouldn't just, have like a little protest or bitch about it. They would just revolt. Maybe they can quell it, maybe they won't be able to. But why take the chance?
Accountability, because now it's like...
I guess if you're so out of touch, like King Louis, the 14th or some shit, or the 18th? Like King Louis the 16th? It was one of those Louis. Like, unless you're like one of those types where you're so literally out of touch, where you're just like, oh yes, let's drink some fine champagnes, and like Paris is literally burning. It's just like, yeah, I mean, unless you're one of those types, then yeah, the revolt's coming, baby.
Take care of yourself. Everyone can take care of yourself, right?
The old list, Craig, where you nail a notice to a public wall.
The same way that...
Well, I mean, they did have that. Like, they did have, like, little public wall posts, and you can have notices and shit like that. I mean, that's where, having, like, bounty hunters and things existed, because they would have, like, wanted posters on, like, a little public wall of things, and little news blips and shit like that, at the, like, kind of, like, the center of town. Or like a literal town crier, it's like, I have some news that has been, passed down for today, blah, 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 all this shit. So they, to an extent, they did have that, but it wasn't obviously like us. They just had people going out there, either telling people that or having, like, little posters and shit, but most people couldn't read, so having, like, little things saying, hey, this person's wanted, blah, 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 I mean, you couldn't really do that, I mean, for everybody. They had them, but... I mean, for people to actually read them and shit, they had to, have somebody out there, saying, these people are wanted, and blah, blah, blah. So they had a town crier at the very least.
Took advantage of the labor of people. Landlords today do the same thing. They're taking the money that's given to you for your labor, and they're taking some of that out of your pocket for the privilege of having a roof over your head.
And by the way, you're not being...
The privilege.
The person that you're doing that labor for is also still not fairly compensating you. So basically, like, you do your work, and then the people you work for take a giant amount of, like, the productivity that you created, and just like, that's ours. It's like, okay.
Well, capitalism doesn't function with equality. Right. Inequality has to be built into the system for it to function.
And then you go home to your place where you're paying another person. So basically, like, we've just, like, kind of, like, diversified the roles played by the landlord. We haven't really gotten rid of any of this. It's just, like,
I mean, honestly,
one person anymore.
We've diversified it and adapted it.
Now it's just instead of one big dick, it's a series of slightly less big dicks.
It's still a big dick. I mean, think about it.
I mean, it's still big dick. It's now, like, here's the difference. Now there's, like, barbs to it. So now you have, like, all these little diversifications that, like protrude out like a barb or something like that, like a cat dick or something, and it's just, it makes it even worse. So it's even more painful and more excruciating, So it's just like, I mean, if anything, it's not like a series of big, like, bigger dicks. It's just that still same big dick, just with barbs all over it. It's like, oh yeah, what a pleasant experience. Yeah, totally.
If you're renting, you're fucking forced to sign these insanely lopsided contracts where if you break the lease for any reason, you know what I mean, you're fucking gonna pay out the ass to do it, but
or just get kicked out and then get paid out the ass.
Reasons to boot your ass out.
And I mean, like, I obviously peruse, like, my fucking rental agreements and shit, but I don't ever fucking look at them too closely, because I'm just like...
It's all the same shit.
Shouldn't you read that more? It's like, I already know everything it fucking says. It basically just says, we have unlimited rights, you have
no rights.
Yeah, the only right that's carved out...
The rights that we have for you are not rights, they're privileges. Thank you very much.
Fucking single lease a fucking agreement.
You have the privilege to have these leeways.
The rights carved out for you are the ones that are not allowed by law. So, like, but all those contracts you'll find, there's parts of it that are, most contracts, especially these ones nowadays, they're not enforceable, which means, like, even if the landlord went after you, it wouldn't even be legal. But if you notice in most of those documents, it just says, even if that is the case, the rest of the document is valid. So, but any contract is going to be written totally for the advantage of the person that really wants whatever that is that, the person giving them the contract is doing. So in this case, you want a house.
But what negotiations do you already have?
You have none.
There's no... It's like another one of these fucking areas.
Zero.
It's another one of these areas in
Exactly.
fucking American life where it's like supposedly we're supposed to negotiate a deal. Like, you don't like your job,
Let's make
you
a
find
deal.
a different job. You don't like your landlord,
You're
you
over
find
a
a different
barrel
one.
either way.
Right, but
Yeah.
it's like you act like none of these people have any fucking. There's no pressure being applied to them to deal fairly with anybody.
No.
They have
I mean, if
insane
anything, it
amounts of
literally
advantage.
continues to expand. Like, I mean, you have BlackRock that's doing mass fucking, gobbling up of the real estate industry as well, with all this type of shit. I mean, this is why, like, tenants' rights and, having, like, like collective bargaining for tenants, in these places is honestly, something that would be, immensely important to help kind of challenge a lot of these just mass, like, just endless ways that a lot of these landlords can just fuck you and shit. Because I don't necessarily see them, just obviously being, boop, just get rid of them overnight or whatever the fuck. No. I mean, but, it's just like, there's ways to at least get them fucking, to heal and challenge to a certain extent. Because, I mean, the type of culture that, reverberates around with a lot of these different, of how different landlords operate, especially on the more corporate level, is just fundamentally not, in favor of the people that live under them. Unless they fork over enough cash, for the rent. But, I mean, because, some of my coworkers or shit, they just had, management changes to some of their places, and then they're just like, you gotta go. It's like, we're gonna, kick everybody out, and if you get out by, the end of January, or whatever the fuck, or the first month of us telling you to get out, prior to us saying that, hey, you don't have to worry about, getting kicked out or anything like that, and then, a month or two later, to hey, by the way, get the fuck out. You have until the end, you have until May. It's like, what? I mean, and that's around here. So, I mean, imagine, places that don't even have, even basic type of, protections for, for tenants and shit, and, tenants' rights. Because, there's no, for places like in Florida, Texas, or all these other states that don't have, strong protections and, tenants' rights laws and shit, there's nothing stopping, them from, saying, hey, we're not gonna have a deadline, we're just kicking you out. Just from the, the first day.
Who has a house for rent has an insane amount of advantages over a person who's
Right, they can
trying
just
to
say,
rent a
no,
house.
not you, no, yes, maybe you, but I need to look at every personal detail of your life. Every personal detail. Dude, to get this place, I had to send the people that own this place a picture of my dog.
Why? Literally, why? What is their fucking business? Whether Paul has a dog or not. What the fuck? It's like, hey, we know that you need a house and you need a roof over your head literally anyone else in order to fucking function in society. But, hey, do you have a dog, right? Send us a picture of what your dog looks like and see if it's, okay enough. See if it's the right dog for our house. It's like, what? It's like, what's it? I'm pretty sure the person trying to get the fucking house would not be trying to get the place if they have a dog, if the place wasn't, appropriate enough for their fucking dog. What is that shit? I mean, when landlords have, this weird need to, butt in on your life or whatever the fuck because you happen to, live in, in your, place or whatever the fuck. It's they have this idea that they're gonna be living an inch off the ground of the place they're living in. And it's who literally does that unless they're literally moving every few months and shit, where they pretty much have to do that. Some places don't allow pets at all. I mean, I can get that some places aren't necessarily fit for having pets there and shit, especially apartments. I get that type of shit. If there's a place that's not suitable for pet ownership, then that should be explicitly yeah, we can't accept pets here. I mean, but if not, then there shouldn't be a problem with it, and there should be protections for that type of shit. If it's, and, because it's, because why should I be restricted to, some person's, small little, townhouse or some shit, just because, oh my god, I'm scared to pet my damaged wolf. It's oh my god, if you're a landowner and shit, it's your job to fucking maintain the place. When I rent out of it, the money that you get from my rent is to do that shit. Like, what the fuck do you think I'm giving you money for? You know, it's like, ugh. These fucking landlords, dude. Like, I don't even have one and I bitch about them. I mean, it's like, I bitch for the people that have landlords and shit, because, like, I mean, this shouldn't be a damn thing. I mean, it's just like, I mean, which is why I'm legit thankful that, you know, it's like this place is, you know, owned, you know, by me and my family and shit. I'm glad for that, because that should be something that anyone should be able to achieve, you know, in life. Like, honestly. You know, it's like, I mean, because having a basic roof over your head should be, you know, just a necessity, but, you know, also have an ability to potentially have a little something for yourself. I mean, that also should be within the realm of, you know, a possibility for people, especially in cities. Well, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be in the cities. I mean, it's just like, you know, these places are still around. And it's not even like, you know, there's places like in the cities or in smaller towns and shit that, you know, kind of cycle through where it's like, you know, a family member passes away in a house and then, you know, their brother or their, you know, their son sells it or some shit and then somebody else buys it. I mean, you know, it's like that type of stuff happens, you know, pretty frequently, you know, it's, but, I mean, it's not, like, I mean, you're all right. Like, it's not possible anymore. I mean, hence why I advocate for, you know, the means of at least having that, you know, as a possibility. Public housing and, you know, having just, you know, honestly, a part of, you know, the equal opportunity, having the opportunity to potentially have a little, you know, stead for yourself. I mean, it doesn't have to be like some big bodacious thing, or it doesn't have to even be like, you know, this, you know, like, you know, like the old white big fent house or whatever the fuck. I mean, it could be whatever it is. I mean, hell, if that little stead happens to be like, you know, like a quarter acre, you know, and like a little shed, and that's what you want, and you want to own that, then fucking have at it. Who am I to stop you?
You're at least halfway out. Huh? Okay.
Is Bandit not one outside, or?
I'm not sure. It's about dinner time anyhow.
Yeah, Zukov was knocked out.
Oh, yeah. He was running all up and down the place.
Yeah. So you just need to build a fuck ton more duplexes, triplexes, and row houses, etc. Yeah, I agree with that.
Alex is gone this weekend, but usually every weekend we go out and play pool. The Wichita.
I mean, I usually work on during the weekends, like what, Sunday, like Saturday through Mondays. Those are the days I usually work. So by the time I get off, you're usually probably done with that.
Yeah, it's not always a weekend. It's like random days.
I mean, hey, if I have a day off and
we're trying to figure Saturday nights, but if it's not Saturday nights, it's like random days.
Well, I mean, won't be able to do Saturdays, but if it's like some other random day and I have off, just tell me. And I mean, I got my pull stack. I'm unless I'm like kicking it with friends or doing some errands or some shit. I usually doing fuck all. So.
I recall I asked you a couple of times.
I mean, I think you mentioned it a few times before, but I was like...
Yeah, I have.
But I think those times I was doing some other shit, so... But...
Well, he's real good at pool. So
well, we'll see who's better, I guess.
He kicks my butt.
Guess we'll have to see who's good. Or I guess better. I can't necessarily challenge him right quite yet, because I haven't met the dude yet, so... I see a little Reddit icon.
Yeah, every time I'll mention it, it's
core curriculum is
usually until it's
out of college.
True. Let's go play pool. If it's like a day or two before, I'll mention something.
I
I just don't think I've had to do that
let
before.
me move in unless I sent him a little picture of Dinor, and I was like, all right, there you go. You know, it's just like, fuck you. What business of that is yours? Like, why are you micromanaging my life and shit? And I hate fucking landlords. Anyway.
I love it, but I mean, honestly, it's true though. Like, it really isn't their, job to micromanage other people's lives like that. I mean, like, for example, like, if this place was, like, rented out or whatever, and the person was like, we're a little iffy about dogs and blah, 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 it's like, in our, like, hey, we need to see a picture of your dog and all this other, whatever, fuck, it's just like, what? It's like, go away. Like, if you are worse about it, then just come down and check it out. It's like, come visit and say hi and have a conversation and see him. Don't be like, oh, blah, blah, blah. It's like, just, like, I don't mind the occasional, like, hey, what's up, how you doing, or whatever the fuck, from like, a landlord or, whatever the hell, if I had to deal with one.
That's like,
but
Dad lets me get my guns back. They will have to go out east and do some real downrange shit with a 30-06.
Well, maybe we could try planning it one of these times this summer. Well, he's in Arizona now, so.
Hey, so it's just like, I think he was worried about you doing something with the guns.
What the fuck am I gonna do with them? I mean, it's like, he doesn't know I own one yet, so I don't let him know.
No, he will. That's how I talk to him. Just like, I want one freaking guns. Andrew has guns. Why can't I have?
Yeah,
guns?
like, what the fuck? Yeah, like, if I'm sitting here just willy-nilly, doing my own thing with him, and he's still all weird out because for some reason he's holding out from my understanding because he's like worried about me. It's like, I've shot, like, maybe I haven't shot him in front of you, but I've shot him a bunch of different times there, Grandpaps. Like, I mean,
yeah, he's like overly, just like the time when we went up to the rims and just
I know.
Like, Dad, Andrew's halfway up the mound.
He's definitely, yeah.
Halfway up the rims. Either I can go with him, or he's halfway up there himself right now.
He's probably, like, thinking back, having to deal with your ass, and he's like, oh god, I have to deal with another.
I never had any issues with guns.
So I don't know what the hoopla is.
I went hunting, and I don't know what his issue is.
I don't know either.
But
I'm probably even more confused than you are about it, if anything. Like, because it's like, you should have every ability to just get them.
You're just like, oh, Andrew's gonna find the guns. I'm just like,
so what?
He's gonna go out to the rock quarry and shoot him. What the hell?
Yeah, like, I'm gonna do what we did earlier.
First.
Yeah, I'll do what I did earlier.
You're gonna ask me first.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would be like, hey, buy some ammo, and, it's cool if I take your, rifle out, bring my shotty, and if anything, I'll take you along anyway. So it's not like you're gonna fucking just, for chances, so it's like...
You're not a psycho killer, you're not gonna, like, murder everyone in the
I've...
kill yourself in some remote corner of the wilderness, or...
Whatever, yeah, like, I'm not gonna fucking...
Or in your room, or whatever, I'm not worried about that.
Besides, even if I were to snap, that's gonna be too fucking messy anyway, so it's just like, I want to at least be courteous. I'm not, it's like, I don't want to leave, like, a fucking horrible...
my brains out, you're gonna have one hell of a mess to clean up.
That's what I mean, so I don't want to be dealing with, I don't want no one to be doing that bullshit. That's just like, no. Like, but I'm not gonna be doing that shit anyway.
It's gonna be me.
Yeah, like, and plus, like, it's painful. Getting shot hurts. So, no, thank you.
Well, blowing your head off with a shotgun wouldn't be painful, maybe for a microsecond, but other than that...
Well, it's like, I don't know, it's like a very vividly, like, painful, like, shocking, like, impactful experience there. I don't know,
After my brother died, I tried that and the shotgun misfired.
Well, good thing that thing is jammed a couple times, too.
Which I think was my brother's hand on the other side. He's just like, oh, no, you don't.
It's like, fuck you will, you son of a bitch. Because where the fuck would I be? Where would I be? For all of you.
Yeah, you pulled the trigger, it didn't go off.
Turned out there was no round.
Yeah, it's just like, obviously not my time. Especially not by my hand, so...
It'll be by mine.
When it's my time to go, I guess I'll go...
The truth is...
Lord willing, or, you know, whatever.
The truth is... I actually conceal my ability to not snap. It'll be by my hands! And my hands alone. To usurp.
Spirit went back in time way before
To usurp the throne.
Back in the 80s and early...
Challenge him on one-on-one combat.
85 and said, no, I want to be born. We're not going to let Dad die before I'm born.
Because it's my job to do that. Slowly but surely, by stressing him the fuck out, endlessly.
Just saying, well, hell do you know?
See, that's how I'm doing it, actually. That's how that's how the kids slowly but surely usurp the, you know, like the title, you know, from their parents and shit as, like, you know, the kings of their airship. Is they just slowly kill them with stress. Just by sheer insistence.
Yeah, like you slowly stressed me out over the years.
See? YouTube, that is a disclaimer. Everything here was nothing but pure satire. Disclaimer, YouTube. Nothing but pure satire has been said from the last 10 minutes. It's like, Dios mío. Don't kill me, YouTube. Wishiki. I'm a nice boy. I'm a nice boy, Wishiki.
Hey, you got stuck in the baby chair. Kristen never lets me down on that one.
You got me stuck in a baby chair?
No, I stuck you in the baby chair, and I went out to have a cigarette, and then when I came back in, you're all tangled up.
What the hell? What was I doing?
It was on like a little thing, and you swung back and forth, and I came back in, and you were like, slid halfway out.
What the fuck? What was I doing?
Swinging back and forth. Yeah, I guess you swung a little bit too hard or something. I come back in and it's like, oh crap!
What, man?
The kids, you know, you could have got strangled or.
I mean, I guess I kind of find it amusing, honestly.
That's what Krista said, but.
I mean, okay. I find it a little amusing than anything. It's like, how, like, I got myself stuck in a fucking little, like, how does one do that? I don't even, okay.
Yeah, Kristen and Chad were giving me a whole bunch of shit over that, and I'm just like...
I mean, I'd probably, like, give you lighthearted...
But it's actually kind of funny.
I know, seriously, like, I mean, I would just be amused by it. I would be amused by it, honestly.
I mean, you were
I'm amused by it. I'm amused by my weird foibles that I did as, like, a 1-year-old or whatever the fuck. Like, I'm like, oh, cool. Alright. I love telling the story about, like, when I was...
like about a year old, but...
I remember telling the story about when I was, like, at that one party of my, like, mom's friends or whatever the fuck, and I was sipping all the ciders and shit.
Oh, yeah, you kept on stealing everyone's beer.
I love telling that story. That one's fun.
That one and the rims.
Oh, yeah, that too.
That's a good story.
I was just like a fuck you, I'm doing my own thing type of kid. Still am.
Baby chair, just like,
I was an anarchist even then.
You're in the chair, you're strapped in and everything, and go out and have a smoke. Come back in, and you're all like tangled up and
like
just like
Chinese finger trap congealed in there or something. Like
you're all wound up in all the
like
straps and everything.
I just wanted to see what I wanted to see how I look like in that. I don't even know. Was I just like
you look like a fly in a spider web.
I don't even know. I can't even like think that. I don't even know how I could try to attempt like. I don't even know. Like how. I don't even know.
I had to go in there and peel you out.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
I'm just like, oh, I'm glad you didn't hurt yourself. I'd never hear the end of this if I had to take you to the hospital for the...
I mean, I don't even know how I would hurt myself aside from just, like, falling out of it, but I got tangled in it, so I wasn't gonna fall out of it.
You're all wrapped up like you're gonna get strangled or something.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
Yeah, straps and wires all over you. It's just like...
I've said straps and wires too? What the fuck? Oh my god.
I'm just like, how much does this much cord and straps and everything get into one of these little teeny...
I don't know.
rock back and forth chairs?
Oh my...
There should be a Surgeon General's warning.
Surgeon General's warning. Oh my...
I'm just like, what the hell? I figured you're safe. I'm just like, okay, I'll go out and have a smoke. I come back in and you're all wound up.
All wound up. Oh my...
Literally.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh.
You're tangled up, you know, like I say, like a fly in a spider's web that's trying to get away, and you just all like wrapped up.
There just needed to be the spider to just, you know,
I'm just like,
claim its kill.
I leave you for 10 minutes in the little rocky chair.
I mean, I was an anarchist then, I guess, you know? I guess some things never really do change.
Let me ask you a question. As intellectuals of the rind of Zeo Dadong?
Yes. Oh,
The
yeah.
Rhine.
I mean,
Of Zeo Dadong.
one of the most famous Rhines ever, dude. Yeah, a great Rhine.
So, right before Chinese Communist Party leader Mao Zedong took power, a Mao associate in 1948 proclaimed that the Communist Party's intent was to 30 million landlords and rich peasants will have
Where's
to be destroyed.
everyone?
Mao, like the Soviets who used NKVD, KGB forces to carry out political persecutions, mobilized the Chinese peasantry itself to rise up, kill the landlords, and other perceived
Now, this one
privileged
time,
classes.
my sister found
It came in 1946 after Mao's communists won the
And
hearts
she's
of
just
millions of Chinese poor and upper-class
"Oh, we need to
peasantry.
go over this way. I'm
Nice.
just like, I have a good sense of where I am. I'm just like, no, we're camped just over this little hill right here. You know, it's a couple hundred feet away.
Yeah.
We're camped right there. And she says, no, we aren't. We're camped this way. You know, come this way. I'm just like, no, we're right there. I know we are. And she's just like, no, come with me. And my brother was kind of like mixed up, and he just like,
He was like the...
well, Leslie's older, so I'll go with her. I'm just like, no,
Oh my god, he went with the seniority.
right there. It was like one end of our property to the other, and there's this like little teeny bump. I'm just like, we're camped right over this little hill.
Oh my lord.
And
I really hate that shit. I get that a lot.
You used to believe me. Well, you got to know Leslie. She's real stubborn.
Yeah.
More than I am. But this time I was stubborn. I'm just like, no. We're
Rightfully
camped right
stubborn.
there. I don't want to go that way and get lost. So my sister and my brother took off in the way she wanted to go. And I'm just like, oh, right over here. I'm just like,
And he went back.
okay, they're going to be looking for you. I walked up to the top of the hill.
Camp.
Oh, there's camp.
Weird.
Here we are, right on the... No, that was a Clark's Fork. Crown Creek's a tributary to the Clark's Fork. And I went back. Mom and Dad are just like, where's Kevin and Leslie? Well, Leslie insisted that you're camped downstream that way. But I know we're this way. So
They're getting lost.
wandering down that way, getting lost.
Oh my god. Evidently her sense of tracking and geography was quite shit.
Yeah, she was not the outdoors person. She liked being in the outdoors as long as you're in the, like...
The civilized outdoors.
Or...
The civilized outdoors.
Yeah.
Diet outdoors, basically.
I was more of a, like...
Getting in the
walk
mud.
up the wilderness trail where vehicles haven't been since
1899 or whatever the fuck. Like wagon carts were the last things to travel these roads now.
Yeah, since before there was like a.
I've only seen horseback go this way.
Yeah, I'll go up that trail.
It's like
Not so much.
I've only seen horseback come up this way now. Last, car I seen was a stagecoach from 1899 now.
Yeah, stupid, stubborn bitch. She refused to go to the hospital until she was pretty much dead. Yeah, I hate her for that.
That's why making sure, if something's up, checking it out is always an important thing. And
If I'm sick and refuse to go to the hospital, kick my ass and
just make you go.
make me go, yeah.
Yeah. Is that for me? Because even I, a little hypocritically, be like, no, I'm fine. I'm okay. Fuck you. I don't need to go. I can manage it myself. Just start start self-bandaging or some shit.
I had the same thing. And they said, yeah, if you came in here an hour, we'd have to have an ambulance.
Yeah.
Take her, they told her, if you came in here an hour later, you would have been dead.
It wasn't what like it seems like an occurrence, or it's just like, even though people are like near death, it's like, no, I'm okay, I'm fine, fuck you, no, I'm okay. It's like,
only a flesh wound.
Just be a flesh wound. It's like, no, you literally are like a doorstep away from death there, buddy. So no.
They told Chris.
It's like you're getting help whether you like it or not, you son of a bitch.
And she was like hooked up with all kinds of hoses and tubes and all that type of shit.
Yeah.
And she doesn't even remember me visiting her for a week. I'm just like, oh, I could have stayed home and partied. You wouldn't remember anything anyhow, so I could say I came and visited you without actually sitting there and talking to you.
My goodness.
Yeah, the doctor came and just like, yeah, I need to talk to you. And just like, you might want to get ready to notify the relatives, because we don't know if she's going to make it or not. She still doesn't remember. I definitely remember that.
Yeah. I know this too.
Go work at the stupid hotel by the airport. And every night on the way home, I stop by and talk to her.
I mean, you don't have to tell me that. I mean, I was there too and shit. I mean, working and all that, but
she could talk much. She was just like gibberish, hooked up to like the.
I mean, I was there. I know.
Like dialysis machine and all kinds of crap.
I was there. I know. Baby.
Yeah, just off 84, like 60th or so. That big hospital right there.
I know this. I was like,
yeah,
you're just telling me stuff I know now. That's why. Yeah, I already know. Oh, okay.
I was freaking out on that one.
In KGB forces to carry out political persecutions mobilized the Chinese peasantry itself to rise up, kill the landlords and other perceived privileged classes. It came in 1946 after Mao's communists won the hearts of millions of Chinese poor and upper-class peasantry, launching a land reform campaign. However, there was one obstacle that stood in the way of their land redistribution efforts: the owners of the land. People's courts, which are pictured here, in which peasants were encouraged to accuse the landlords. Sometimes this resulted in on-the-spot and immediate executions.
I like it that People's Court thing came to my head for that.
Ding
Classicide?
Zuhui, chairman of the Central South Military and Administrative Council, estimated that 15% of China's 50 million landlords and rich peasants had been sentenced to death in this fashion.
Damn.
25% had been sent to labor reform camps, probably the worst sentence, honestly, for remolding through manual work, and 60% to participation in production work under supervision. Not all of those sentenced to death were actually executed, and therefore there's no way to know the exact number of performed executions. What followed was the Agrarian Reform Law of 1950 in China, resulting in the property of rural landlords being confiscated and redistributed, which fulfilled a promise to the peasants and smashed a class identified as feudal. Land seized from landlords was brought under collective ownership, resulting in the creation of agricultural production cooperatives. Now, this is not to say anything of Mao Zedong's overall brutality during this period. But you can see, what I wanted to kind of show was, these people were not coerced into this. These peasants.
No, the peasants were more than happy to fucking be given this task. Like,
oh yeah. I mean, honestly, if there's one thing about, like the Chinese Civil War and shit, that, I mean, that some people will, kind of dismiss about, is that, like, oh, it was like, this mass force, like death march of millions and millions of people, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I mean, you realize that, like, the mass peasantry and a lot of the poor underclass and a lot of the workers and laborers and serfs, in China at the time were vehemently supportive of, the revolution and the Civil War. Mainly because of a lot of the fucking exploitation and strife that they were fucking, underneath when it came to these landlord fucks and shit. Like, did that mean, like, their means of, like, hey, let's just, like, outright, execute them, or literally put them in, labor death camps and blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, no. But the massive reforms and, the seizing the assets and their properties, redistribution, yeah, like, that's definitely based. And honestly, considering, what crimes, these motherfuckers, commit and shit, like, yeah, they should be fucking punished either way. Or education through labor. Well, not fucking hard-ass, like, grudgerous death camp labor, but sure.
So they had to come from, like, some higher authority.
Make, like, these rich fucks, like, work at an Amazon fulfillment center for, like, a month. Just like anyone else has to.
To fucking actually do it, but
these people were not, like, doing this under duress. They weren't afraid that, like, Zhao Dedong was going to kill them if they didn't kill this person. They were happy to sit here and go like, hey, you that's been exploiting me my whole fucking life, my whole family. What do you have to say for that? What do you have to say for the hunger in my family and the death in my family? Off with his fucking head. They were happy to do it, right? And Mao, among other things, tapped into that anger. And so, landlords are not a popular figure anywhere. And there have been, throughout history, this is probably one of the most, covered. But there have been, uprisings against landlords and feudal lords throughout history.
Based.
That were very bad. The French Revolution was, a good example of this.
Yeah, they had a lot of tax farmers and stuff, and people, obviously nobility were killed too. They cut off their heads.
They lopped off the king and queen's head in front of the fucking palace. I mean, what do you do with that?
What more do you have to say about it? Yeah, it's like, well, look, if someone has you bent over a barrel your whole life, and you have a chance to fucking strike back, I think that's enticing to a lot of people, because a lot of people,
absolutely,
that serfs or peasants or lower class, feel the powerless, because they mainly are. And when these social people occur,
unless a system like this arises that kind of like allows them to exercise the worst angels of their nature in a way that's completely, enticing.
Worst angels
to them.
Oh, but no, this is very appealing to.
Honestly, I dead ass could kind of see how people could probably be appealed today. Honestly, I think that's probably why some lefties just write off others as tankies, because they happen to defend Mao, to a certain degree, or Stalin and whatever the fuck. But honestly, it's just like, if you really, honestly, it's like if they probably actually gave a fuck and talked to him to a certain extent, and maybe see why they probably did. Like, honestly, like, at least the ones that I've seen overtly defend Mao shit usually are all about, like, yeah, because of the landlord stuff, like this shit. or like, you know, the mass redistribution and like just, you know, literally, you know, a mass like upheaval and removal of these, you know, motherfuckers that have exploited the Chinese populace for as long as they have, you know. So I mean, it's like, does it mean that like, yeah, Mao's good? No. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of brutality and fucked up and crazy shit that, you know, went in amongst all this. I mean, and there definitely was wrongs, you know, committed, you know, when, you know, doing an upheaval for just as, if not even significantly fucking worse system that they were upheaving. So, isn't even Maoist anymore anyway. Yeah, so it's like when you got people that defend China today, like, to say that they're like Maoist tank use or some shit is kind of silly. I mean, if anything, they're probably just more, you know, state capitalist, Chinese authoritarian-esque, you know, quote, lefties more so than anything. Because that's what China is, an authoritarianistic state capitalist society. Like, they still very much, you know, revolve around capitalism as, you know, part of their system. But they're a little bit more separated from the global capitalist society because they can, you know, sustain on their own to a degree. But that's why they're also kind of expanding outwards, so other nations and, you know, other parts of the globe can start being more dependent on them versus, you know, the rest of the globe. So, I mean, there's, you know, China today is definitely not the same as, you know, Mao's China. And honestly, I'd probably, you know, say that maybe Mao would probably be rolling his grave to a certain degree, like, oh god, what the fuck happened? It's like, why are there a bunch of capitalist billionaire fucks, you know, living here and running shit here? What the hell? And they're making the facade of what I've established? What? Like, if anything, you'd probably be, you know, a little pissed, like, of how China turned out. He'd probably be enacting the Chinese Civil War II Electric Boogaloo a little bit. I mean, you know, so, I don't know. Like, I feel like, you know, if Mao were to look at China today, he wouldn't be too pleased. I mean, not to say, again, Mao good, but at least, you know, like I said, when it comes to, you know, certain things, at least when it came to the belief of, you know, the systems like, you know, the landlord ship in China and shit, it's like, yeah, he's right. I mean, how it was enacted, say what you want. I mean, definitely a lot of wrongs were committed, but I mean, there was, you know, wrongs that were righted as well. Imagine what Stalin would do to Russia. I don't know. I'd be more curious to see what someone like Lenin would do, honestly. Because Stalin wasn't even necessarily supposed to take power in the USSR. He was a psycho egomaniac that kind of did a purge and power grab. So, not exactly falling to the fuck. I mean, hell, I mean, Lenin near his later days, you know, wasn't exactly, you know, doing too good either. Not just health-wise.
Animals. I mean, to fucking punish someone that you felt is wrong your whole fucking life, you damn right a bunch of people are going to take that opportunity.
Yeah. I know you know you like stats, Scotty, so let's take a look at a little bit of stats here.
Sure.
Cool.
What renting is like now in the United
Nightmare.
States. Over 10 years, overall rental rates increased 31% in the U.S. Pictured is just how dire
Fuck me.
the situation was in 2017. So this past year, it has skyrocketed significantly faster. Between 2020 and 2021, the average monthly rent in the U.S. saw a 10% increase. That's the average. Some people saw 20, 25, 30% rent increases in a single year over the course
Even
of last
50.
year. With how chaotic things have been with the economy, the real wages and inflation, not the stock market, that increase is something many people just can't afford. And so you have record amounts of people being functionally homeless or being on public assistance or in public assisted housing that before were renting an apartment or renting a small home or a duplex or a trailer or something, right? So even this system is now starting to fail in that these landlords have gotten to the point, and I guess inflation has gotten to the point where they have to charge this amount, or they've decided they can squeeze us for this amount, and people can't pay it. People just can't fucking pay it. I mean, what do you do? People can't pay it.
It's higher.
I mean, honestly, there's one way that you can help alleviate it and help, you know, get people to where they could potentially be paying for it. wage increases across the board. That could probably fucking help. You know, because, I mean, really, I mean, it's not necessarily inherently things like rent or, you know, wages or the inflation or these percentage increases that are the problem. It's the fact that, you know, it's not kept up in margins, you know, with people's wages and their standard of living, so now it's unfeasible and untenable anymore. Because of a lot of the fucking, you know, exploitative nature, you know, and parasitical nature that, you know, the owner class has on these fucking institutions and systems. Especially when it comes to fucking housing. I mean, when you have, like, these massive capitalistic real estate firms, you know, gobbling up housing and shit left and right, it makes it even more untenable to, you know, rent out, you know, roofs over your heads and shit. So, I mean, it becomes like either a situation where you have to, like, fundamentally, massively, like, you know, either do a rehaul of that entire system, or basically, you know, in order to keep it, you know, going or whatever the fuck for some reason, then essentially have, like, 2 or 3 jobs, you know, to potentially maybe, you know, get by on rent and have a little bit of something to scrape by for everything else, like groceries and shit, let alone just, you know, personal money to, you know, have for recreational shit. And then, you know, or bunk up with a bunch of buddies or strangers, you know, if you're willing to do that. I mean, it's just like, I mean, there's not really many fucking options, and one of them requires a lot of fucking work to do anyway. The other two are, you know, easier options to choose from. Either work a bunch of jobs, which you probably still have to anyway if you bunk up with a bunch of people, either, regardless. So, here you endorse the Mao method. I mean, not, are you gaslighting me? I mean, it's like, not entirely. Sort of think recreational shit shouldn't exist, though. They think just work multiple jobs in a Shantown apartment. While at the same time they enjoy recreational shit. It's like they're, I mean, obviously they're hypocritical as fuck when they say it, but it's like, I mean, when they say that, though, it's like, oh, well, you know, shouldn't be, you know, bothering recreational shit if you can't afford it. It's like, well, you have recreational things, right? It's like, yeah, well, I can afford it. It's like, well, and? It's like, honestly, for me, it's like, even though I'm screaming buying shit, I could still, you know, occasionally afford recreational shit, but regardless, they'll probably still look at me and be like, you shouldn't be doing that, blah, 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 blah. But it's like, what, you do the same. Like earlier today, I was doing rec shit that, you know, requires money. Do I necessarily have the funds to just be doing that? Probably not, but I can manage it. It's within the means, to a degree. But, like, these conservatives will look at that and be like, well, you're just not managing money properly, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, my manager, but for script, blah, blah, blah. You know, they're just going to have all this other bullshit to be like, oh, your recreational stuff is, you know, not needed. You need to work more harder than this and that, blah, blah, blah. It's like, that's not all it, chief. I mean, it's like, obviously you enjoy recreational shit from time to time. I do too. That's a thing that people like and people want to do. And so when it comes to at least, you know, working at the jobs that they have, they should at least have the basic standard to enjoy that every now and then. It's not saying like every fucking day they're doing some wreck shit, you know, because I'm not going out every day, you know, shooting off my boomstick or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Because especially for that costs a lot of money. So, you know, it's not just something I'm just going to be doing willy-nilly all the time. I mean, but nonetheless, it's something recreational, and it's something that, you know, whether that or whatever the fuck else, I mean, you know, shooting a gun or literally anything else, playing a video game, you know, going to like a D&D sesh, you know, at like some public little like gamer bro fucking little hangout place, you know, little kickback, you know, little rented little gamer zone places and shit. Like, at least around here, those exist, where like there's a place where you go to and it's like kind of like a little gamer bro area where, you know, it's rented, you know, it's like rented out basically to, you know, play video games, have like D&D matches, shit like that. A Fortnite bar. I mean, they kind of exist though. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, around here, those things do exist. Like, there's nothing really, you know, about, like, they sell stuff. Like, they'll sell, like, cards, like magic cards, shit like that. You know, different, you know, nerd shit, basically. you know, or gamer shit too. But fundamentally, they're there as a hangout spot. They're there for like gamer dudes and like D&D players and Magic the Gathering players and shit like that, and people like that. You like Warhammer 40k players, you know, can go and chill out and, you know, play a match or two and shit. That's recreational shit. I mean, fundamentally, the point is that there's various different recreational fucking things. Even just like going out on a fucking hike, like going out and, I mean, that's kind of what we were doing a little bit. Like once we were kind of done shooting, we were all just kind of like, you know, wandering around, kind of checking out the place. It was dark at that point, but whatever. We kind of hiked around a little bit, you know, checking out some spots, you know, scoping a few places out while we were getting out, you know, getting to where we were going. Which I actually recorded some videos, so I'm gonna splice it all together and make like a little video of it and upload it. So, like an actual Fortnite bar, you drink overpriced beer and play Fortnite. Oh god. I mean, I would be a total conservative about that recreational shit. You do not need that. You don't need that, boy. Push up by bootstraps. You don't need a fork by ball. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Fortnite bars start becoming a thing. Because, I mean, if they have like little PC / like little console games and stuff, I guarantee Fortnite's on it. Fell me your boomstick. My god. Instead of bar stools, gamer chairs. I honestly wouldn't be against that. I mean, if there was like, honestly, I think, you know, a really badass bar will be like a pool hall, like kind of a gamer area / like little like watering hole pub, you know, with some pretty dank, you know, bar food, pretty good food, you know, just, you know, it's bar food, so, you know, it's what you expect, but, you know, it's good, you know, it's got like that, you know, homemade quality, you know, to it a little bit. It's got like that homemade touch, even though, you know, it's a little watering hole, you know what I mean? But nonetheless, it's like, I mean, that would actually be pretty legit. Have like, you know, 5 pool tables or something like that, and have another area that's like, you know, for like, you know, a little gamer area, you know, a little like PCs and like 4 little consoles where people can kind of go and chill and play whatever's, you know, on there. Like pretty much most, if any, you know, type of games. I mean, if you want to like donate games, you know, to a way, you know, to the extent, or maybe they can have like a bar-based Steam account. And if you want, you can buy a game for the bar for other people to play in the future. Shit like that. That'd be dope. I mean, that could be a way to, like, tip the bar. Be like, hey, you know, for everyone else, you know, not just for the bar, but for the community, too, you could buy a game for the bar with, like, the bar's own little, like, Steam account. You know, and basically buy it not just for yourself, but for everybody there. Like, that's not just, like, you know, $40, $20, or however much, you know, a game could be on Steam. Like, that's like an investment in the long run for everybody there. So, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, honestly, that's a pretty, like, that would be legit. Honestly, we're thinking about an idea that we can capitalize on. Like, ground control in Portland. Like, what if they, like, you know, did, you know, like, what if they, had some way to, maybe they can't, but if they had an ability to fucking, like, expand and maybe add, like, you know, PC and console game section on top of everything else, that'd honestly be pretty legit. But the only game you need is Fortnite. Tips could be Fortnite skins. Oh, dude, no. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's gonna be some dorky nerd kid who's gonna fucking buy Fortnite, and, well, I guess Fortnite's free, but everything else about it you pay for. Like, oh my, no. Well, gross. That's just nasty, dude. Wish that was pretty good bar, like pretty good food for being a bar. Oh, dude, it totally does. That's kind of what I mean by, like, you know, that homemade touch bar food a little bit. I'm thinking of that place. Because that's, you know, for being like a little watering hole, a little bit, it really does have, you know, good bar food, legit.
These people, especially talking about these mom and pop landlords that people always like to bring up, it's like, if they've already paid off the mortgage or they have a mortgage on the property and you're paying it with your rent, like,
and a lot of people
how's
would
that
say,
gone
well,
up?
that's where apartments come in. If you can't afford to rent a house or buy your own
you
house,
get
you can get an apartment. Dude,
There's
the
ways to
area
get
that
worse.
I moved to, we looked at apartments because we're not planning on staying here forever. So we looked at apartments because I've lived in apartments before. Dude, they were more expensive.
Huh?
Right on the same line as like a 2 or 3 bedroom house in the area.
What the
Just
fuck?
like people are fucking, and the people that rent these houses, they have way more. They're way more picky with who they allow in there. They want to look at your fucking bank statements, and they want to see your fucking the whole shebang.
What the
You
fuck?
gotta basically show them your whole asshole and let them probe it for a while, and they go, yes, that tastes fine. You can live here for a year if you sign this incredibly restrictive contract and pay us an absurd amount of money.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's where we're at. I wish I was joking.
Oh my god. What a nightmare.
Yeah. Let's see here. Often the choice between sucking up a rent increase when it's time to renew your lease, or going month to month at a premium while waiting to find a cheaper place, which is getting increasingly unlikely. A land leech made this helpful graphic to explain how many renters can't afford to not accept an increase. Not all of it is accurate, but it's close enough to illustrate how depressing and hopeless the situation. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, so look at
Nice.
here, a 2-bedroom, so 2-bedroom FMR. So I guess what does FMR stand for?
I don't know.
Let's see. That's the only question I'd have. Okay, so
Good sir, the
$1,103.
term is land supervisor. No. You have it wrong yet again, good sir. It's actually a land tenant, good sir. See, you're all the tenants, and we are the land tenants. We are tenants to the land, you see. So thus, we also deserve to be rights and known as tenants. We can't have this classism. We can't have this, like, ableistic classism going on here. Ugh, that's offensive. It's harsh language. Do I say even a slur?
$892.
Free market rents
Oh, okay, I guess.
for like HUD users and shit.
Okay, rent affordable to a household relying on Social Security income. $221 a month. That is, I don't know a place in America
You can't.
that you find that.
Find like a single attic room above an old Chinese laundry shop in a shitty neighborhood for $221 a month.
Yeah, so there's pretty much nowhere for this person to live. I mean, there's basically like you could probably rent someone's room in a house that is a piece of shit in a bad part of town.
Remember, me and you actually
Probably.
looked at saying there's a guy that has a YouTube channel. It's like, I'm gonna look at like these really cheap apartments in Tokyo, and like we were surprised like how many found for like a few $100s a month. We're like, wow. We
What?
thought about here,
Really?
like you would never find a fucking apartment in a major fucking city or even anywhere near it for $200 or $300 a month. But you could do it there. It just
Definitely
shows you how
not.
dire the situation is here, where it's like people cannot fucking find affordable housing at all. Period.
So let's take a look at some of the worst landlords in history.
Oh god.
And I guess go to the next one. This is actually the one that we were going to look at. If you want to zoom in on it a little bit, I think you can see it.
Sure.
Oh, this is so disgusting, dude.
What was
This is
this?
what landlords would put up on these tenants' walls to justify their rent increase.
What?
So
We hope you'll stay with us for a long time to come, but in the event you think about moving, consider the following costs. New
Stop.
deposit, $1,000. Application fee, $60. Telephone transfer, $34. Electricity deposit, $50. Gas deposit, $50. Moving van, $500. Replacement, redecorating, $200. Groceries, $200. Incidentals, dentals, $100. Pet deposit, $800. Average first month's rent, $1,800. Cash up front, $4,794.75. Don't forget to add the days off work, the packing and unpacking, the broken nails, the sore back, and you'll see that it pays to stay settled right where you are. Maybe the rent increase isn't that bad after all.
It is bad. And what's the reason?
Oh my god, what a fucking scumfuck little letter that these landlord parasites have fucking put out, for their tenants to, get to look at, with their smug, condescending little letter. Oh, how cute. Hey, fuck landlords. What's up, Radical? Getting a little more radicalized, I just tell you what there, boy. Fortunately, I don't have as much angst. I shot all that out with my boomstick earlier. And melons and squash have been efficiently murked. Like, honestly, you should see what a slug round does to a goddamn melon. It literally, like, disintegrates half of it. It's like, where did melon go? But, anyway.
This is basically just like, look, we got you guys over a barrel, because if you try to move, it's going to cost even more, so you got to give me that fucking money. You should be glad that's all I'm
So many people are renting now that they just can increase the rents. That's what it is. Like, you can't, there's a housing market supply is so tight because they've not built affordable housing in this country since, like, the mid-2000s.
But man, that Mao, what a terrible guy.
Yeah, he was horrible, yeah.
Oh, such a horrible man.
How dare he with that shit,
I mean, he did some terrible things, too, but...
He did.
He did some bad things, but I assume some are good people.
Yeah, I'll tell you that. Fuck you.
You know, I heard about Mao. I heard he did some bad things, but I assume he's good people.
I'm not saying that.
I don't really think it was either.
Fuck you, Scotty.
Okay. Obviously, you got a fucking problem,
Fuck you,
CJ.
Scotty.
So let's take a look at some of the worst landlords, and we got to start right here.
The ride of Zale the dog. Oh my god, is that Trump? Oh my god, it's Trump.
Former president. Well, I guess we don't even do that because they still say President Barack Obama and shit. You still get called president, right?
You get called, once you're president, you're president.
Isn't that
Yeah,
even fucking worse? That no matter what, he's always going to be President Donald Trump. Oh my god.
Oh god, yeah, it does make it worse. Ugh. I want to hear his realization of that.
Isn't that even fucking worse? That no matter what, he's always going to be President Donald Trump. Oh my god.
I love that. He's like, oh my god. He's just having that realization. I kind of twitched. Ugh. That made me twitch.
So, we'll start with one of the most prominent ones.
That fucking made me twitch. Like,
President Donald Trump himself here. The Trump empire is built on the same kind of predatory practices that tenants and tenant advocates deal with every day. Inflated costs for repairs, which are passed on to the tenants in the form of rent increase. Lax government oversight over building conditions and rent levels. So, for Trump, it began in 1981. He bought a 14-story building on prime real estate that was facing Central Park in New York. His plan was to tear down the building and replace it with a bunch of luxury condos. The problem was, though, there were people living there, you know?
Wow, go figure.
They were rent-stabilized tenants. They were living there on a city program. They didn't want to move, obviously. You know what I mean? This was their homes. What is a megalomaniac to do when faced with the needs of multiple families living in a
Force them out,
building?
dude. You gotta get them out.
Drive them out.
Get them out.
Get them the fuck out of here.
Get them out of there.
You gotta get him out of there. Let me just tell you.
In the tenants'
Let me just tell you, they got the freedoms, but you gotta get him out of there. You gotta get him out of there.
During New York's freezing winters, and he stopped any and all building repairs from taking place.
I wonder how those people must have
Fake news.
Some of those people
Fake news.
lived to see him become president, you know?
Sure.
How did that feel, you know? First, this fucking guy runs you out of your house, shuts off your fucking heat in the fucking winter. Basically makes conditions so horrible in your home that you have to leave it. If
he becomes president,
get rich, and then and your kid, you know, who knows what fucking fate he can sign those people to, and then you have to fucking you see him become a fucking billionaire and a celebrity, and then when it seems like life just can't twist the knife any harder, then he becomes president of the fucking United States, and half the country flat out adores him.
I love him. Oh my god! Imagine being those people, dude. I mean, honestly, it's just like, that's not a knife just being twisted even further. That's like somebody kicking down the door right in front of your face and then, like, taking a fucking, 12 gauge and just blasting you right in the face. Just a blast. Just a smack dab right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, there's... I mean, dude, I'd hate to be... Dude, I would be so radicalized. I swear to God, I straight up would. You know, if I was one of those people.
Like, if they had...
A small business owner in New Jersey whom Trump scammed, unfortunately got to see him become president. That dude was hella pissed. Trump still owes him money. Of course he does.
81, 82? They'd be my age, your age.
Yep.
So they'd be more. I can guarantee you, there's probably at least fucking 20 or 30 kids out there that got kicked out of their house or froze out by Donald Trump over the course of a year or two, and remembered it and had to live to see him become the president. That's fucked up.
Wow.
The building superintendent, Anthony Ramirez, swore in court that Trump's building managers gave him explicit instructions. They didn't want any repairs done, no cleaning, no accepting of packages, according to transcripts of a court hearing. A 10-month water pipe leak in apartment 14B got so bad that the two brothers who grew up there saw brown and white mushrooms coming out of their carpet, according to the documents.
What? Mushrooms were growing in their carpet? Huh? How's that happen? Oh my god. Free shrooms? I imagine these are not shrooms you can eat.
But the concern with the leaks like that is more mold that starts growing, and that'll kill you.
Yeah.
Can kill you. Trump also put out newspaper advertisements in 82 and 83 offering to shelter homeless
that would probably kill you too.
People in the apartment building. So he used anybody that did clear out, he would move what he perceived as undesirables in, and hey, come be a homeless wino in here. You know what I mean?
Oh man.
The move was seen by tenants as a ruthless attempt to drive them out, which obviously it was.
It literally
Trump
was.
Denied that, of course.
Seen by them, no.
Look, heroin junkies, come out. Yeah, come stay. I got a nice place for you.
And listen to this. At the time, he thought he had the same fucking attitude. Some people think I'm doing a number on the people in this building. That's not true. I just want to help with the homeless problem. It'll take 2 or 3 years to get everybody out, and in the meantime, I've won more vacant apartments for the indigent. So he was just basically you know what I mean? He's just going with this oh yeah, no, this has nothing to do with me trying to drive these people out so I can tear.
How much you want to bet some of those people who are homeless that were how much you want to bet some of the people that were driven out or some of the people who are also homeless that just vacated some of these buildings? They just kind of lived back in them.
To spend money to make money, sinking millions of dollars into the lawsuits with the tenants. However, he didn't win because they didn't give up. Trump finally settled with the Tenants Association in 1986. He cut their attorneys a $550,000 check and agreed to let the housing agency monitor repairs for 5 years. So he basically lost.
They did not win there.
Good.
Yeah, he had to cave.
Which is fake news, right? Because he's the best.
Fake news. The best businessman.
He never loses.
The best businessman.
I guess these people were not actually run out. I mean, a lot of people were run out of their homes by his terrible fucking shit. But I guess ultimately enough people hung in there to fucking beat his ass.
No, the tenants actually banded together, and in this case, apparently had enough money to pool together to fight Trump in court long enough.
Well, they probably found an attorney that would work for free just because he figured this is an easy case and I'll make a bunch of money when the fucking settlement happens.
Probably, maybe.
So this is just an article about Fred Trump, who obviously taught Donald everything he knew about being a shitty-ass slumlord.
Yeah, now this guy was even a bigger slumlord.
Hey, son, let me teach you about being a literal fucking parasite.
More than Trump, because that was his main thing. He was known for that.
Yeah, so I don't know if you wanted to read a little bit of this.
President Donald Trump's father was once arrested over the deplorable conditions of his Maryland apartment project. The president has spent the week attacking Rep. Elijah Cummings over poverty in the city of Baltimore, which Trump has called disgusting and a rat and rodent-infested mess. But his own father was taken into police custody for neglecting his property not far away, according to a 1976 report by the Washington Post. Fred Trump failed to pay for repairs mandated by local officials in Prince George County, which he owned apartment buildings in Seat Pleasant, and his housing license was revoked, preventing him from signing leases with new tenants. The elder Trump agreed to fly to Maryland to meet local officials on September 29th, 1976, and he was arrested on arrival. We probably haven't issued 4 arrest warrants in the past 5 years, said Joseph Healy, the county's housing inspector supervisor at the time of his arrest. The Trump organization, whose president at the time was Donald Trump, essentially stopped making repairs on these buildings after white residents fled to the suburbs and the apartments were largely rented out by black tenants. 3 years
So
later,
go
the
figure.
Department of Justice sued the Trump organization for discrimination.
So the whole like just stop repairing it gag, you know, learned it from good old Pops here.
Yeah, because he's a racist scumfuck piece of shit who also had ties to the KKK as well. Go figure.
That's Papa taught him that one. Yeah, just
Racist Poppy taught that one.
You want to get them out? Just don't pay for repairs. Don't make their conditions livable.
The Trumps are pieces of shit, but there might be some people that rival the Trumps.
Really?
This is Kip and Nicole Macy.
These are some ugly motherfuckers. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah.
I will say this much: the chick on the right there, she literally looks like a psychopath. Like, she literally looks like she would, like, bite into my neck and drink my blood as I, like, begged for life. As I slowly, like blacked out.
On this bitch's face.
Oblong head, and I don't know.
Oh, my God.
This couple tried to essentially do the same thing as Donald Trump did. They just went in far too aggressively and got too emotionally invested in terrorizing their tenants.
Oh, God, really?
So this happened in 2005. Kip and Nicole Macy bought an apartment building in San Francisco. Their plan was to kick out the tenants, same thing, renovate the building, same thing, and sell the apartment units for a profit, same fucking thing.
Go figure.
After they bought the building, the couple realized that they could not legally evict the building's residents, so they became the landlords from hell. The Macy's threatened their tenants, stole from them, poured ammonia on their belongings, changed their locks, boarded up windows, cut their telephone lines, and shut off their gas and power.
What the fuck?
The renters, knowing their rights, refused to leave, and they hired lawyers. Mrs. Macy created a fraudulent email account and, pretending to be one of the tenants, sent an email to the tenant's lawyer saying his services were no longer needed.
Oh my God.
What the fuck?
She later sent another email threatening to kidnap and dismember the lawyer's children in an effort to make the tenant, Scott Morrow, look unstable.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Sweet baby
idiots
Rays.
had the money to buy an apartment building in San Francisco, did not realize they couldn't just fucking, like, what was their plan? Oh, we buy it, and then we just kick everyone out.
Yeah.
They have no legal recourse. It's like, that's not how it works. You can't just evict people for nothing. Like, we want to
It's
become
like,
rich.
hey, you know, we need to literally, like, terrorize the fuck out of, you know, this entire place. You know, how do we do that? Well, I don't know. Let's... Oh my God, like, Jesus, dude, these people are fucking insane. They're not just parasites, but they're just, like, fucking, like, bald-faced hornets that just are out there to seek terror amongst the populace, dude. Oh my God, dude, what the fuck? You do not, you know not to mention that town we didn't mention. Wait, did he mention that town? Alright, no.
So you guys are just gonna have to move out. Like, you know what's fucking crazy too? They already had a bunch of people that would have made money anyways. Like, I don't even get it. They could have just increased the rent over time and got rid of them that way.
They probably had
There's
a bunch of people. There's a way, you know, like if you have a person that signed a 3-year lease or whatever, and you give them notice that at the end of the lease, you're you know what I mean? They can.
Yeah, you're not gonna renew it.
You can. That's where you can call and have a person evicted out of a fucking place, but. They weren't willing to wait for these leases to expire. They wanted to immediately, like, they wanted to do the old flip, where it's like, we buy a piece of shit, and then, like, by the end of the 30-minute reality TV show, it looks like a brand new fucking place, you know what I mean?
Well, build a new one or buy one that's empty, because...
Your site doesn't have timestamps, I'm late. Oh, they say it, like, way up here? So that was probably... Wait. Oh, I saw it. Oh, I found it. I saw it. I found it. I didn't see it initially. That skimmed right past me when it first dropped. You tried to get me, dude. You tried to get me. You tried to motherfucking get me.
Homes.
With no thought for the people that were living there, of course.
Yeah.
So let me see. Her husband was a pretty unstable piece of shit as well. Macy, the husband, Mr. Macy, threatened the building manager with a semi-automatic weapon, kicked one of their tenants in the ribs, and dealt with a tenant represented by a lawyer in a very horror movie-esque fashion. Kip Macy took a saw and attempted to saw up through the floor of Morrow's living room. Morrow and a friend were sitting on the couch when he saw the blade come out of the floorboard.
Oh my! What? Oh my God! Holy fuck! That would terrify me. I would be traumatized. I'm just like, we're just chilling there talking, and all of a sudden just boom. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. It's like, what the fuck, dude? These landlords are fucking psychopathic. These people are psych. That is like straight some horror movie shit. Can we just like hear that again?
To saw up through the floor of Morrow's living room. Morrow and a friend were sitting on the couch when he saw the blade come out of the floorboards.
What the fuck?
Dude, if someone did this to me, man, fuck, I would just shoot that motherfucker. Fuck that shit. These people, as far as I'm concerned, these people being alive is a fucking miracle.
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude. No shot. I mean, no shot. I would actually have a shot. Because, low-key, though, like, I'm just gonna be like, if I saw that, I'd take my boomstick and just start shooting indiscriminately into the fucking floor. Like, I'd be like, what the fuck? No, what the fuck is going on? And I'd be like, whoa! He's trying to, like, invade me from the... Like, I would freak out. Like, that would literally traumatize. Oh my God. That'd be insane. I don't... Oh my God. Well... Then they carried down the street with him. Oh, wait, what? Oh, dude, did you hear about a guy straight up walked right into a meat band selling deli because his arm clean? Oh my God. Then they carried down the street with him. Even though I'm sure how do you do that for only one arm? I think you just, like, try to hold your open, like, amputated arm and you just, like, hold the other one and just, like, hustle and bustle to the hospital. Oh my God. Fuck me, dude. Dude, I've had some injuries at, you know, the deli and shit, but never will I have to worry about any of that type of fucking shit like that. Dude, oh my God. Dude, I have a, like, I'm not gonna lie, I do have a risk of finger loss, though obviously I haven't lost my digits yet. Hopefully we'll not actually lose them. I don't want to, but, you know, it's just like, you know, like, I mean, honestly, that's pretty much the main risk. I'm surprised I didn't mention it. Dude, imagine, like, imagine just some other person later that day just walking down the street and you just literally see this streak of just dried blood down the, like, sidewalk, and you're just thinking, what the fuck happened? What? Like, what's this? What happened here? Like, whoever's walking down the street, like, an hour later or something would be very confused. Until they, you know, like, find it on the news later. Dear God. Oh, my... Oh, dude. Oh, man. What the... Oh. You know what's fucked up? I honestly, unironically, probably do the same thing. Because dead ass, the hospital isn't really far away from me. It's actually within a walking distance, even from my work. So it's just like, if I somehow like lost a finger or some shit, I dead ass would be like, fucking ambulance, I'm not dealing with that shit. It's America, I'm not paying for that. I'm fucking gonna hustle and bustle it over there. Fuck that. Someone carpool me there. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, they can give me the meds and everything there. You know, if no one wants to carpool me, then god damn it, I'll literally run there myself. I don't give a fuck. Well, maybe not run there, but, like, I don't even know, like, how would I, like, minimize, like, you know, oh my God. Jesus fuck. You know, but, see, that's why I'm looking to keep the digits. I'm safe at work. And honestly, as far as I know, we've never had any incidents like that before. Aside from maybe, like, you know, getting a good amount of skin when you're, like, cleaning the slicer or something and you kind of get a little chunk off of you. Because I've had that happen before. Lamau, good. Wait, what happened here? Injury self-inflicted.
Some injury suffered by a man in Lewiston has been determined to have been self-inflicted. Police say that Abdiaziz Hussein did not work at the AK Market, where his arm was severed by a bandsaw. After interviewing witnesses and reviewing hours of video footage, officials say it appears the injury was self-inflicted. Public Works crews noticed Hussein stumbling on Maple Street the morning of January 21st. They applied a tourniquet while waiting for rescue crews to arrive, and according to police, that likely saved his life. Hussein is still being treated for that injury.
Wait, so he didn't work there? Did I hear that right?
Hussein did not work at the AK Market.
He didn't work there? Wait, so how did he get access to be at... Huh? How? Nope, he just walked in and cut his arm off. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? He just like waltzed in and it's like, alright, zonk. What the fuck? Dude, imagine just like watching like some random dude like walk behind the counter and you're like, hey, what are you doing? You're not supposed to be back here. And he just, without even responding, just swoop, arm off. And he just, dude, what, like, I don't even know, dude. I don't even know. What? Oh my god. Maine, not even once. I'm surprised this isn't fucking Florida. I'm actually a little bit surprised this is Maine and not Florida. What? Oh my god, what the fuck is going on over there, Maine? Like, dude, my arm. Fuck, oh my god, dude. I'm actually, like, having to, like, really, like, work out some uncomfortability in this arm right now. Oh god, I migrated. Now my other arm's now feeling all weird. Bruh. God. Dude, it's so weird. I am, like, so weird about, like, gore shit. Like, some gore doesn't affect me, but some does. Like, I don't know why, but, like, certain shit like this is like, but, you know, if I see, like, cartels or, like, you know, like, ISIS, you know, like, getting murked or whatever the fuck, it's like, it's like, I don't know, like, I mean, it's just, like, it's so weird. It's like, certain shit don't affect me, some does. Because, like, what, so, obviously, this person's just mentally ill, that's just right off the bat. I mean, like, but, like, what the... Was no one able to just, like, try to stop him? Or was it just such a quick, like, you know, he just boom, 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 you know, it's like, you know, boom, 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 you know, like, what happened? Oh, my God. And what type of, like, slicer is it where you can just get your arm, you know, to just, like, twing? Like, what type of fucking slicer? Oh, my, I don't even want to know. Obviously, this is more like a meat butcher deli versus, like, you know, like a street corner deli, you know what I mean? So this is, like, a different type of deli, obviously. But, like, fuck, bro. Dude. Oh my god. My, like, especially my forearms feel, like, not comfortable. Okay, that's like some horror shit, bro. I don't even know. Like, are those like parasitical landlord fucks, you know, more goddamn fucked, or I love you, my arms? I do. I mean, I do though. I want more, honestly. I wish I had more arms, to be fucking frank.
Of a fucking place, but they weren't willing to wait for these leases to expire. They wanted to immediately, like, they wanted to do the old flip, where it's like, we buy a piece of shit, and then, like, by the end of the 30-minute,
Here, hold on.
Mr. Macy threatened the building manager with a semi-automatic weapon, kicked one of their tenants in the ribs and dealt with a tenant represented by a lawyer in a very horror movie-esque fashion. Kip Macy took a saw and attempted to saw up through the floor of Morrow's living room. Morrow and a friend were sitting on the couch when he saw the blade come out of the floorboards.
What the fuck, dude?
My God,
me, man, fuck! I would just shoot that motherfucker.
Dude, seriously, honestly, dead ass. I'm not even kidding. Like, there's no way. Like, if that just happens, like, no, like, there's no way. I'd be like, that's a goddamn demon. Oh shit, like, like, there's, It's just like, that's a goddamn demon right there. I tell you what, brother. What the fuck is that? The goddamn poltergeist right there. It's the poltergeist. Oh, God. I still can't get over that. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, how much of a fucking batshit insane landlord are you to be... Oh, my fucking God, dude. I'd, like, just run away. I'd just abandon everything there and just run.
Being alive is a fucking miracle.
Yeah, so Morrow grabbed a hammer and smashed the saw. The Macy's then realized that the tenants would never leave on their own, eventually, I guess. And the couple asked a building inspector how they could make the apartment complex unstable.
What the fuck is wrong with these people?
What the fuck?
Like,
so they could just have it collapse and kill these people? Oh my God, they're fucking legitimately insane. Jail. Malden. Jail.
The
Labor comps with them.
Inspector should have been like, unstable like you
motherfuckers.
Yeah. They followed his instructions, so I don't know who this fucking guy was. Well, he's like, well, if you really wanted to make this thing rickety and fall down, you just fuck this up here and cut this pylon there.
No problem.
They had their workers cut load-bearing beams in the basement. The apartment building was then declared uninhabitable, and the tenants were forced out. The Macy's were arrested in 2008, but they were released on bail and fled to Italy in 2010. After almost 3 years, the couple was finally extradited all the way back to San Francisco in 2013. They pled guilty to 4 felony counts. They each received sentences of 4 years and 4 months in prison.
It needs to be way fucking longer than that.
It was a little light, given that they tried to murder everybody in their building.
These motherfuckers should be...
life.
There should be a movie about these fuckers.
Dude, they're out now. Think about that. They're free. What was it, like 2013? Yeah. They're out there. They're out there doing their shit. Existing. Ugh.
This should be a fucking motion picture event of the summer or something.
Agreed. So
like
pretty
a Netflix
crazy
movie or something. This is fucking that shit. I just saw the scene in my head. You know, it's a fucking saw. You gotta move out now.
They fucking made the building uninhabitable in some crazy scheme to be like, we'll make it uninhabitable, then they'll have to move out. Then we build our luxury apartments after we've committed like 18 felonies apiece.
Pretty fucking crazy.
These must have been like rich kids, right? Because they had this money and they were like,
then they
super
fled to
entitled,
Italy,
and they fucking I mean,
just the title.
We can skip through these. I kind of pulled a couple of articles, maybe if we had time, but I covered what I really wanted to cover. Skip to the last picture there.
All right.
So what's the solution to all this? I guess is what I really want to say, because obviously there's a problem here that's brewing. That has in the past and probably could be in the future.
Like I said here, everyone just lives on these streets here. Problem solved.
There you go. Well, I guess that's a solution.
And landlords, the most greedy of them anyway. These efforts have been most effective when tenants have constructed multiracial coalitions and have relied on tactics from rent strikes to eviction blockades to cooperative housing to strategic litigation. So there's some precedent for this. From December 26, 1907 to January 9th, 1908, 10,000 tenants living in New York City's Lower East Side took part in a historic rent strike. This was during an economic depression, which caused mass unemployment and grinding poverty. Landlords tried to hike rent by 33% to cover their end of the costs. With their cry of...
Why does that sound familiar?
The landlord, as they had the czar... The tenants won a partial victory with rent significantly reduced for 2,000 households. The movement established a tradition of militant, working-class housing campaigns that eventually contributed to winning vital rent controls that still protect millions of people in New York City to this day. In fact, it was those very rent controls that helped the people that were in Trump's slum fight him. So there you go. Jason Korn, New York City's worst landlord, that we didn't get a chance to talk about earlier, but maybe we'll do a second shitty landlord.
If he's the worst
shitty landlords too, electric shitaloo, bro. That's right. There better be another Landlords episode, not even gonna lie, because that guy's, oh man, if he's like one of the worst landlords out there, oh boy, I'm excited to get radicalized.
fucking bad, right? So,
he was only forced to perform repairs after a rent strike by his tenants. Unfortunately, many of them set aside money for lawsuit settlements and fines as part of the budget. So it's not as big of a deterrent as it could be. Like, a lot of these people are rich and they have money to spend on this type of shit, obviously.
Or attrition, basically.
You know, to some landlords, it is a great deterrent. Hey, if you're going to fucking file a lawsuit, I'm going to have to pay money when I could just be getting rent from you at a lower rate. Okay, fine. I'll keep the rent the same. This has happened over and over and over. So that's all I could find, though, as far as, like, fighting this without going full Zeo de
right,
Dawn.
without going
the reign of Zeo de Dawn.
Yeah.
So if you guys have any thoughts about it, I'd like to hear it in the comments. Let me know what you thought. And if you...
I know my thoughts. The rind of that Zeo de Dawn is sounding pretty delicious. I do say so myself here now. Oh, landlords. Those sons of bitches. You know what? I want to see what is the schedule for tomorrow for the Patreon app. Is it a live one? Because I think I remember seeing something about some live eps. And I think the first one potentially is a Paul one, which makes me giggity. His episodes are the most awesome because they're either like little autobiography ones like that, ones that could be like labor tinge, or like science ones, like about like megafauna or some shit like that. Where is its little... There's the calendar. Yay! It is the Paul... I said like that sounds so giggity. It is a Paul episode. And it is a live episode. It doesn't say what it is. That's all it does. Paul episode live. Oh, I have to wait and find out until they make a post on it. I feel like I might appear in a sec. They usually do by like an hour. Oh no. Well, if it's a live stream, then they might do it. I don't know. I wonder what's gonna be about. I hate when they do that though. It's like, nah, you get to find out like, you know, right when it happens. It's like, no. I want to know, and I want to know now. I actually really like that they are doing a calendar, because that makes me kind of excited and kind of gets ready to, you know, see what type of episodes they kind of got in store. Because they'll be like, you know, because I was, you know, I found out about the Landlords episode when they popped that out of their February calendar. I was like, because I knew it was going to be good. And of course, it was good. So, you know, it's like, I like that. But, you know, it's like if they, you know, when it's like, hey, we got a live show, they don't necessarily put the details in those. I mean, I guess, to be fair, it's a little tough to maybe detail out a lot of them. But, you know, if it's a patron DFF episode, you know, we know what's going to be an episode and a topic. Gotta drop it down there. But no, they gotta tease us. It's like we could smell it. We could smell the chef cooking. We could smell them a brewing. You know, we're at the chef's table just sitting there and just like, we could smell some of that Paul cuisine. The Paul cuisine. It's being cooked and I can smell it. But it's a secret dish. It's one that we have to wait for. We got his appetizer, the Landlords. But now we have to wait for his main course for tomorrow. Or at least for the patrons. Damn, I really want to know what it is. But nonetheless, let's see what fun things are tubing it out here. I don't even know what that was. He's probably all just knocked out from earlier today. He had a lot of fun. He kind of wanted to be a little close to us though when we were doing our shooting shit. So we had to kind of keep him from being near us. But honestly, as soon as it went off, he would be like, "Oh shit." He wasn't really like scared about it though. It's just, if anything, he was more like, "What are you guys doing? Are you okay? Big boom booms are happening right in front of you. Are you fine? You're making a bunch of whoops and all yeahs and all that stuff and big boom booms. What's going on?" But give him a couple months and he'll probably, chill out about it. Because his older brother was chilling. And oh my god, when I linked up with my homeboys and fucking, was seeing Vito and Jazzy, oh my god. I didn't realize how bad it was when it came to Vito and, his, fuck lust, but oh my Jesus Christ. It really is actually bad. Like, it's like, oh man. And even Zukov was starting to get a little fucking freaky. It's like, no. Zukov, don't be a bad boy. Luckily, he wasn't getting hardcore about it, but his brother, though, oh my fucking Christ, dude. Whoa. I look at his eyes, Vito's eyes, and he has, like, this, like, sociopathic, demented, fuckless eyes, and it's like, oh, Jesus. And Jazzy, well, Jazzy's the female, and if anything, she was kind of seeking shelter and comfort from the humans, like, please protect me. She didn't really feel threatened by Zukov, though. If anything, she was kind of, okay with him. So, Jazzy's the female that's kind of all hormonal right now, and it's fumigated their entire apartment, thus these male dogs are having, like, fuck lust surges because of that. And Zukov is definitely starting to. Like, he's definitely in that age. He's now reached the age of, I know what fuck lust is. It's like, oh boy. He knows the sense. But he's just knocked out. Like, normally he would be kind of reacting to me, saying his name a few times like I have, but he's just out. If anything, that's probably a good thing for my friend Logan, too, because, I mean, that means his dog, Vito's probably chilling, too. Because we only brought Vito and Zukov. We let Jazzy stay home. Well, at least at my friend's place. So, if anything, that hopefully would probably... I'm hoping Vito is doing the same thing that Zukov is doing, instead of having, like, I want to fuck, like, lust and everything. I mean, Vito honestly is in that age where, like the slightest hint of any, like, sexual hormones that are in the air that happen to be, of a dog, he's gonna go nuts. And Zukov will probably be the same way, too. I mean, even here, like, he'll just probably smell because there's just dogs around here in the neighborhood. So he'll probably get a whiff every now and then and be like, I have a fuckless surge now. So, like, I mean, he'll, like, eventually I'm gonna have to really keep an eye on him, because every now and then he does, like, kind of sneak out and about and be in the front yard and go out in the street and shit. Like, he doesn't give a fuck about being in the streets. Like, It's like, that's the last thing I need you doing, dude. Like, makes me really fucking nervous. At least I'm not in a really busy area. I like that. Sweet little sleepy boy. And honestly, all in all, like, considering we just kind of also went to the place that we did on a whim, is actually a pretty good little area. It's like a little east of Springdale, and I think like a little bit, well, actually it's a little bit east of Corvette. Tiny ass little town that has like 5 people. And honestly, it was pretty foggy until we found the little spot that we did, and it was actually pretty nice and clear there. But it actually gets pretty fucking foggy out there. But honestly, for a quick little like 40-some minute drive, it's a nice little areas out there. Those mountains didn't stand a damn chance. Actually, my friends, I set up some of these targets, and my friend actually shot this one and got it pretty good. My friend Harley, and actually I don't know what happened to the other ones. I think they're in the car still, but if the other ones, I want to, actually it was me to give that to him anyway, but yeah, I mean, those are the last ones that we were shooting at, because I was just doing the hip firing and shit, and I actually got some pretty good marks doing that myself, and that was his, and left a nice fat hole right there. So I'm assuming that, there's a lot of the main big fat cluster of pellets right there. See it on the map just south of the Lewis Clark. Yeah. There's like a little mountain area that's around there. It's like it's south of the Vista House. It's like in that little region. Like, because there's a lot of areas, like for right now are pretty close up, because the first little spot that we thought was pretty good ended up actually, because there was actually a little farmer on his tractor that was rolling up when we first popped out, and then my pops went over to him and asked, "Hey, is this little area okay to shoot at?" And he's like, normally there's a lot of areas out here, but it's been kind of getting tough. I mean, usually it wouldn't be, but there's people kind of way off in distance behind the tree line that live down there, and on top of that, sometimes cows will occasionally graze through there. So, the area we initially found, it looked good, but wasn't the best area. But at least farmers saying, I mean, no one around here necessarily gives a shit if you go out shooting around here. I mean, a lot of us do it anyway on our own property, so it's just getting tough for people that want to come out here on their own, to find spots themselves and shit, which it was. But I mean, mainly just because there wasn't much daylight. If we were able to leave a little earlier, it would have been not as big of a deal. But whatever. I got my friends incentivized enough to where they want to do it more often. So, that, hey. But they're definitely pitching in on ammo next time. I mean, I still got like 3 boxes left. So I still have at least 70 shots left right now. So, I mean, honestly, we wouldn't even necessarily need to buy ammo next time. We only went for 2 boxes of target loads, and then my 2 slug rounds, which I let my friends use. And I told them about it. And it's like, all right, this is the slug loads. It's every other shot, just to let them know. And like they notice that those specifically have a kick, in comparison to everything else. And it's like, yeah, that's why I like it. That's why I like the slug rounds, because they're pretty fun. But I just noticed that I had like a weird fox thing here. How did everyone else do? Pretty good. Even my dad was shooting a little bit too. Were you the best shot of the group? You know, honestly, surprisingly, my friend Harley, who was like, yeah, I'm not really that big into it, but like, as soon as I kind of taught him how to operate, you know, the shotgun a little bit, told him how to figure it out, you know, he honestly really got the hang of it, and he was actually making some pretty good shots. I mean, you know, it was, by the time we started really kind of shooting, it was, like, the sun just set, so it was starting to get a little harder to see. So, I mean, you know, shot-wise, I mean, you know, it was going to be a little but, I mean, overall, I'd say, I mean, I don't know. Like, my dad hip-fired the entire time. In fact, he actually kind of uses a little cane that he will walk with sometimes and kind of use that as a little nestling spot. Just kind of held it on his hip and just, you know, just shooting it like that. And he actually landed some shots, too, doing that. And it's like, oh, shit. Then I didn't think, you know, he'd be landing some hits, you know, hip-firing like that. But, you know, yeah, he was doing it. So, but... you know, honestly, it's probably, I don't know. If I had to rank it, I'd probably say, like, me and Harley were probably the better ones. I mean, but honestly, it's negligible, to be fair, you know. Then Logan was probably, you know, below us, and then, you know, that below that. But, you know, he was hip-firing, so. I mean, if anything, that got us to want to hip-fire it a little bit. I also tested it with some rapid-fire, too, so I, you know, had, like, 3 melons lined up, and it went boom, 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 you know. Had a, you know, have 4 shells, so I could just kind of, I didn't like try to do like, you know, what would be like a bump fire thing, you know. I mean, it's a shotgun, it's kind of hard to do that with it anyway, but, you know, I just did a rapid trigger pull to see how well it can handle that, and it did nice, you know, it handled it pretty good. I mean, near the end, once we got to like the last like 15-20 shells, it was starting to kind of jam up pretty often, so I'm thinking it's probably the recoil spring in the inside, but once it starts, you know, because once it starts getting hot, you know, it's probably, you know, gonna start doing that. But I think it's just mainly, from what I understand, the recoil spring, because that was initially something that to look out for in the first place when I got it. So, but you know, it still fires, still functions, you know. So it's not like the major priority, but you know, definitely something that I want to totally sit on. But now I have an excuse to use my shotgun clean kit now. Get this big fat rod going on there. Different little rod heads too. Cause I got all sorts of crazy little shit in here. I got like this crazy ass thing for like getting like really heavy, deep gristle shit in there. I got a more softer bristled one in here, it looks like. It's more softer instead of a more metallic one. The handle for the rod. I was kind of using this a little bit, but it's like a more softer too. But I was kind of using this to kind of get in some of the little nitty-gritty parts where it was initially already kind of dirty. And of course, you know, some gun oils and stuff. And then there's like this little like rag thing, like you can put a little rag in between this little slip and slide in there too, so you can use that as well. Because there's cotton patches in here that you can put it in there with, so. Pretty much like, you know, standard little kit clean thing. I just still need like a little pin for the trigger receiver pins that hold that together. So I can tink it out. So now I can fully inspect the damn thing. Alright, that better not have been a fart. I can't tell if he's like being gaseous or just like it's doing that. I really can't tell sometimes. I mean, what was this Fox thing? Fox flips over depraved sex workshops in college? This has been staring at me this entire time. What is this? Like, that's unironically oh my god. Of course, leave it to Fox to obviously be, you know, against sex work, of course. It's not proper work. Selling your body, that's not proper Christian values. That's not family values, you damn slut heathen.
Did a segment here with one of her guests on Fox News, and they talked about how sex is being taught in colleges in a way that triggers them and makes them uncomfortable. So let's watch the video and then I'll react.
Burning question at campuses this week is, do you engage in...
It actually is the title of it. College hosts week of the Pride sex workshops. Oh my fucking god, dude.
At Ohio State University, and I'm not making this up, they are featuring an event called Great Minds Think Alike with Lion's Den. This is the quote. This beginner's workshop will give you an introduction to all things bondage, dominance, submission, sadism, masochism, fetish, and a variety of toys and gear. Just what
Based. Nice. Kinky.
everybody wants for their daughters and sons. And at Tulane University, collegiates can create anatomically exact tools based on human modeling techniques. And presents a vast spectrum of genitalia, Laura, meant to destigmatize genitals and celebrate the diversity of bodies that exist.
Oh my god, really? What the fuck is wrong with any of this? Like, cry, cope, seethe, you fucking pieces of insecure shits. Seethe harder. Like, oh my god, what the like, really? Like, what has happened to society? It's like, I mean, they're not stuck up, sad little curmudgeon little fucks like you sad, suppressed son of a bitch.
What has happened to our Monday segment with Ray?
What has happened to our Monday seconds when we talk about bondage?
It's outrageous that they're violating our kids' innocence with this stuff. They're training...
What? They're violating our kids. Do you know what a college university is, you dingbat? That's where, I don't know, adults go. Like, they're not kids anymore by that point, you dipshit. Like, what? Is this, like, middle school? Like, oh my god. Are we serious? That, wow, I didn't really think it was gonna be, who am I kidding? Of course it's gonna be this bad. Like, oh, wow, oh my god. I really just like torture myself with this, do I?
Are degenerates. I mean, I don't know why this is happening, but we all should put a stop to it. This is our state dollars and tuition being paid for this crap. I mean,
so what? As to what? Like, religious indoctrination? What? Do you want, like, a nice little Bible study, you know, being funded instead, you stupid bitch? Like, what do you want? Like, get over it. There's all sorts of shit that, like, colleges do, and oh no, they have, like, you know, pro-sex work, you know, presentation thing going on. Like, so the fuck what? Like, a college university setting is essentially an 18-plus area, because, I mean, it's not a place where kids go to learn. That's where, you know, people as adults, once they're graduated from high school and shit, go to learn. And even if they didn't necessarily graduate high school, they could still go. I mean, it's just like, huh? What? And it's in, like, a presentation hall, like the auditorium or something. It's not like they're doing it, like, right out in the fucking open or some shit. Like, they have, like, a little area cordoned off. Maybe they rented out, like, a little building and, like, you know, a few rooms and shit, you know, instead of, you know, like, you know, the entire, like, college, like, what, you think, like, every classroom has just got, like, these presentations going on? You think, like, you know, like, the little, like, gardens outside and, you know, in the front of the school, you know, like, you got these little tables set up where there's just dildos galore. Like a street bonanza of sex toys and dildos and bondage gear and shit. Like, what the fuck do you think is going on? I mean, that'd be base as fuck, by the way. I'm not dogging on any of that. That just sounds... the more I describe it in more hyperbolic ways, the more it sounds based. So, I mean, whatever. Like, oh my god, who gives a fuck? Like, why must they have the most stupidest, absurd shit for culture war nonsense? I mean, at least I can see this one. It ain't M&M's. I'll give it that, but still, like, come on. Like, do we have anything better to fucking freak out over? If this was happening in, like, a fucking elementary school, I can get it. Because, yeah, like, we don't need this crazy, weird bondage shit out of elementary school. Like, yeah, that's understandable. Like, yeah, because they're literally our kids. I mean, you know, but honestly, if you have, like, an organization of, like, you know, BDSM, you know, people that are in, like, a club or whatever the fuck, and they happen to do, like, you know, like like a charity thing, you know, for kids or something, and go to, like, you know, an elementary school and, like, do some book readings for kids or whatever the fuck, you know, it's like, whatever, like, that's alright, I'm fine with that. Obviously, I would think there's at least a basic understanding and an acknowledgement, like, yeah, just don't really show up all fucking kinked out or whatever the fuck, just show up as your just average, just, you know, every day, like, I'm, you know, going to the grocery store, Jack, you know, type of look, you know. I mean, like, but it's like, if they, you know, do that type of shit or whatever the fuck, which plenty of organizations and groups do that are, you know, like, sex-related or otherwise, you know, do things like that are totally platonic and totally fine, and if anything, are beneficial. Because they're not sad, curmudgeon pieces of shit. If anything, a lot of those people are pretty cool. Because they do shit like this. Like, because, like, there were some schools and libraries that, were banning, like, LGBTQ books and shit like that, you know. Like, these, furries got together and basically did, like, book readings and, donated a bunch of LGBTQ books and shit to these libraries, you know, so these kids can still access them. And then, like, a bunch of, like, neckbeard gamer bros, you know, and comic book fans, got together, that, owned, comic book shops, and, you know, that owned them. Like, they got together, bought in bulk a bunch of, copies of Mao's and sent them off into, schools in Tennessee and shit. I mean, it's just like, when you got, like, random different outcasts of people and shit, you know, doing things, it tends to be pretty fucking cool. And pretty awesome. And based. So, when, like, oh no, there's, like, you know, pro-kink BDSM bondage cinema thing or whatever the fuck going on at college. When?
It's hard.
I don't care. Look, they're old enough. They're old enough to... Can you say it's a little weird to have classes that go that deep into sex stuff? Sure, I'll give you weird. You know.
Even then, I don't... Who cares?
Oh, I'll give you outside of the norm, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. They're old enough.
Like, a fucking, like, college class in basket weaving will also be considered out of the norm, because why would there need to be a class for that? I mean, it's like, who cares? I mean, you know, it's these
probably
fucking sad culture warriors, dude.
So, by the time people are 20, a lot of them are doing it, and that's obvious. That's obvious. So, I don't, like, what's the problem? Of all the problems in the world, this is the thing that they focus on? This is the thing? Look, it's a re-emergent.
Is it this, or would you rather have M&M's?
Of that, like, culturally conservative prudeness that was in vogue in, like...
I mean, at least there's, like, you know, a fight worth fighting here. It ain't goddamn M&M's, okay? It ain't M&M's. It ain't Potato Head. Alright? I mean... I'll give him that.
Sort of went away for a little bit, but now it's back. I don't know if you guys remember this. I do, because I'm ancient, but... You know, Bill O'Reilly, I actually think Sean Hannity was the primary offender, but he used to do these segments. Every time there was spring break, Fox News would send a camera crew down there to show the debauchery, and you know, they would do their segments like, "You're not going to believe the stuff that's happening in America on spring break, what your kids are doing." And then...
I love that. I mean, I love... It all just comes down to, like, these conservatives just don't want people to have, like, major, you know, rec time, or any, like, you know, recreational, you know, like, accessibility. It's like, oh, hey, you want to have a good time and, you know, like, have some recreational time and, you know, drink some beer, smoke some weed and some other stuff probably. Fuck around a little bit. Experiment, whatever the fuck. No! You need to be, you know, in the dogmatic curriculatory grind of the education system, and then you must get a job from that and get a family like a proper, you know, family values individual. I'll tell you what there, brother. That's right. Family values over everything else. You got a phone, boy.
Like, a video that. Up of, like, girls in bikinis shaking their asses and people grinding on each other and people...
Nice. Base.
You know, flaunting their titties and all sorts of stuff. And it's all
cool.
Happening on screen as they're like, this is so outrageous. Let's all watch together. This is wild and crazy. Let's put it on the screen for 2.5 minutes straight. Are you done yet? Did you finish? Okay, then we can take it off the screen. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. They don't really care. It's all just culture war claptrap. It's to gin up this sentiment, this feeling of like, oh my God, my daughter isn't safe, and what a cultural and societal degradation brought about by the left, and we need to go back to old school family values.
At least, you know, like I said, I mean, it ain't the M&M's thing, because the reason why I keep saying it, because at least there's, like, you know, substance to something like this, you know, versus, like, oh my God, the wokeness of the M&M's and the woke agenda. Yeah, I'll never fucking let that up. I'll never fucking let the M&M's thing up. That will always be my go-to now. Whoever orchestrated that shit behind the scenes, I don't even necessarily think it was like right-wingers looking at, like, you know, the statement, you know, Mars did and was like, or whatever the fuck. Like, there was some other, like, that felt like, you know, a work a little bit. Like, I mean, so, but, you know what? It worked in the favor and hoisted their own petard, so they're owning it now. They're gonna be fucking owning it now. I ain't letting it up. It's like, yeah, y'all freaked out over fucking M&M's. You fell for the trap. Good job. I mean, it's like, at least I can get where, like, their cultural or moral outrage is when it comes to, like, oh, the immigrants, abortion, oh, the sex work, depravity, degeneracy, like... At least I can kind of get that a little bit. I mean, it's still stupid, but I can at least kind of get it better. I mean, again, it's like, it's still stupid, and it's a fundamental just, like, mockery of itself, but, I mean, hey. At least I can kind of see where the dots are connecting with that.
That they're talking about here in college.
There's dots that connect.
We're getting it on. Thinking about it, talking about it, throughout history in this age group. If you want, sure, you can make an argument, well, let's just go back to shoving that deep into our subconscious and keeping it out of our psyche and, like, pretending it's not real. Okay, you can make an argument for that, but look, it's
honestly, one like stupid, you know, at least when it comes to this whole sex work thing is, like, motherfuckers, you know, back in, like, the medieval days when they were, like, hella Christian and religious and shit, like, oh, you know, outright, I mean, you know, just, like, where pretty much a lot of the religious rule was pretty much, like, the rule of the day outside of the king and all this shit, like, they're, like, those, like, their little taverns and the pubs and shit, they're filled with hella brothels. Like, there was, you know, prostitution going on left and fucking right. There was sex work, you know, to be had and to be found and bound. I mean, and guess what? It was fucking everybody. The church was the state, that's it. Yeah. Like, they were intertwined with the fucking state. Like, straight up. Like, some kings and some lords would be like, no, I am all, you know, I am the literal lord. You know, and some would say that, like, even, you know, the church is, you know, below my words. You know, some lords are a little more fucking dictatorial like that, but, yeah, the church never necessarily fucking was okay with that. It's basically Church Reform Saudi Arabia. Yeah. I mean, it's like, but even then, especially back in the days, it was a lot easier to get away with shit like that. And of course, you know, it was pretty much everyone taking advantage of that type of shit, including the monks and the pastors and the priests and all that. Like, fucking everybody was getting down with it. They were getting boogie with it. I mean, it's like, there's a reason why they say, like, prostitution's the oldest profession in, you know, human history. Because it's kind of true.
Dishonest. It's dishonest. And honestly, I haven't seen studies on this, but I reckon the more sex education people get, the safer the sex is that they have.
Yep.
You know? If you don't teach people and they don't know all the ins and outs of it, you're probably willing to take more risks. So sort of normalizing the conversation might have some upsides. I don't know for sure, but it might. It might. But
don't know for sure. No, it does. I mean, come on, Kyle. It does. Like, if you're, you know, educated on, like, hey, here's human anatomy. Here's how it works. I mean, you're going to better understand it, even if you don't necessarily absorb everything. I mean, but if you know, but overall, you have a better understanding when it comes to your bodily anatomy, and thus, you know, will better know how it works, and, you know, when it comes to things like sex, that's a part of your bodily anatomy, you know, and, like, learning about that is important, especially that when that's a basic function of being a human being. You know, that's a part of the basic biological functions of our existence, so, amongst pretty much all life. So, I mean, guy want to learn about that, want to make sure, you know, doing it right and all that stuff, and knowing the ins and outs, and make sure you're protected, you know, not having a kid when you aren't planning on it, and all this other shit. Like, I mean, that's important. And when you're educated and informed on that type of stuff, especially at a young age, when, you know, like, for me, it's like I first had sex ed in 5th grade, so I'd say that's an okay time to start with it. Like, if you fucking, you know, like, you know, have some basic sex ed, you know, from 5th grade up to high school and college, university and shit, like, you're gonna be better informed of these type of things. I mean, by the time you're like college, university level, it's probably more on the medical level about learning that type of shit, but, you know, nonetheless. It's funny, but the actual first professions were general builder, farmer, musician, artist, toy store, tailor, hunter, toolmaker. Well, I mean, it's a saying, but, I mean, prostitutes are definitely in there. Because, I mean, sometimes when someone didn't necessarily have, you know, anything to trade for the bread the farmer made, well, what else are they going to sell? I mean, same thing for, like, the tailor or the hunter after they made the food, or the toolmaker. I mean, it's like, when you don't got anything else, hey, there's another profession. Fucking. Because, hey, there's a trade-off there. So, kind of surprised about the story one, but I guess since books were still cost prohibitive. Well, that makes sense, because think about it. You had, like, you know, maybe like a, you know, before, like, written history. Like, look at the cave paintings and shit, you know, that are discovered and stuff. Like, I mean, you know, at night, like, I mean, back in Neolithic, you know, nomadic tribal societies, I mean, you know, like, there was always, like, kind of a shamanistic, like, older, wisdomed, you know, storyteller that would always be telling stories at night, you know, for the younger, you know, people and the other people of the tribe to listen to. You know, they'll, you know, like, maybe the old wisdomed, you know, tribesman, you know, tells the stories as kind of the shaman, you know, experienced a great, you know, storm and shit that wiped most of the tribe, but, you know, fucking, you know, like, everyone who's young, you know, doesn't know about it, but could tell these great fucking, you know, mass stories and shit, or partook in a crazy battle with another tribe and, you know, lost most of his war band aside from him and a few others or something, you know, like, just random shit. Or a vision that they saw, or just some they saw in the stars, you know, or just making up a story. You know, I mean, it's like, storytelling is, you know, like, realistically, I mean, you know, meme aside of, like, prostitution is the oldest profession, you know, outside of that, like, realistically, storytelling is the true oldest profession. I mean, like it, I would say it's like, prostitution, storytelling, and the hunter gathering, that are the professions, that are like the real, like, kind of I guess quadfectas, for like some of the, I guess, like truer, real, like first professions. Because if you're like, a small little ragtag of people, trying to, maybe integrate into another tribe, but don't really have too much to offer, well, if you have, a sizable amount of women in your little band of people, they can be, people that can be, those women can be used, as like, all right, well, if you want to be here, you're going to be helping populating our tribe. So I guess it wouldn't necessarily be prostitution in that case, but, I mean, it's kind of implied a little. Because, I mean, I guess it would depend, because there also would, be herbs and different things they could find that could be used as, like, abortionary type of herbs and stuff, because those were available, and there's, and they are kind of all around the world. Just depends if they knew what they were and had access to it. But I mean, that's kind of the thing about, like, a lot of those, like, prehistory nihilist societies. I mean, just, like, different puzzle pieces that we still haven't connected to 100%, and probably never truly will, but, the apothecarians, yeah. Yeah, and like I'm saying, we might not be able to pick, like, all the pieces, but we could kind of, think about, speculate, a little bit how they might, interact with each other, because, I mean, honestly, realistically, it's not going to be too much different to how average people may interact with, today. Like, it's like, hey, I want this thing. Okay, I got this thing. Here you go. I give you a thing for that thing. That type of shit. Just, like, basic interactions and all this type of stuff. Like, I mean, there's, like, when it comes to at least the communication aspect, obviously there's a lot of fucking fundamental differences, but, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I can imagine, a lot of different interactions and, like, trade, when it came to, like, deals and diplomacy and all these type of things, and their, like, politics of the time, of, like, dealing with things and shit like that, like, it probably wasn't really too much different. I mean, I guess there is the whole court, like, the whole quote of, war never changes, that Fallout loves to use all the damn time. I guess you know what they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Which I honestly actually agree with that.
Full old school prude, depraved sex workshops. The one thing I will agree on is this: you don't want to have some, like, uber creepy teacher. Some, like,
well, no shit.
Perv who's like, I'll teach that kids to people who are 30 years younger than me. Okay,
not every fucking university professor is like that. Can you imagine if the Ambassador Bridge collapsed because all the trucks parked on it? Are they literally all on a bridge that would put their protests in a new light? Are they really all, like, they're on a bridge? Oh my god. Is it a little fucked up that I'm like, it would be just peak irony and a hoist of their own petard if it just kind of collapsed? I mean, I don't really want anyone, like, hurt, really, but, like, I mean, if all their semis just chilling there, just collapse into the river, and all those dudes, were just like, oh, fuck, god damn it, oh, shit, what do we do? I mean, like, at that point, the authorities will just straight up have to crack the fuck down. Like, the cops will have to roll out. Like, it would be... Oh, I don't even know what the fuck would happen with that. I mean, I don't want it to. I really don't either. Like, honestly, all in all, I don't. But... I kind of want to see what happens, though. I want to see what the backlash from that would be a little bit. We're already in a fucking crazy timeline, so in a weird way, I kind of expect it to now. I mean, what the? It's like, what the fuck? The bridge, like, they're trying to, like, oh my god, dude. How many, there was reports about bomb on a bridge, so it made me think about that. Wait, they're actually, wait, what? Oh, bomb, maybe their own ego. Oh, so, oh my god. What the fuck? Man, why can't they just be a bunch of yokels just parking their semis, you know, just very inconveniently everywhere? Like, I mean, if they were just doing that, it would be more amusing to me. Like, what the fuck? Man. Like those stupid bastards. They can't make it amusing. Come on, I want to be amused, not like, okay. I'm finding it harder to joke about it now. Too many of the wrong people. Yeah. They're literally holding everything up. Yeah, I mean, it's not even over something good either. Like, I mean, if it was like, hey, you know, we're, you know, kind of trying to start the mass labor movement, you know, in Canada, and fucking, you know, trying to get mass concessions for truckers' rights and, you know, and labor rights when it comes to, you know, the trucking industry, and, you know, we also demand, you know, and encourage solidarity amongst other industries and blah, blah, blah. Like, if they made it, like, if it wasn't, like, basically not what the fuck it is, and just, like, just, like, an actual labor thing, oh my fucking god, like, imagine, like, the actual legit, like, wave that would make. Like, if these truckers were, like, if the 90% of the Vax truckers were, like, probably more, like, pro-labor than these dorks, you know, came out, were, you know, doing something like this, but actually with, like, legit intentions and shit. When it comes to, like, you know, the working class and the exploitation and shit. I mean, that'd be awesome. But, no, it has to be because, man, they mad me, me. So, the boy will fight back eventually. Oh, yeah. I would know about that. I mean, I've told some of the stories before. I mean, there's definitely been a few times where, you know, boys get, you know, a little bit one too far. Not every single trucker is a MAGA derper. Well, yeah. I mean, in Canada, like, 90% of their truckers are vaccinated, and most of them literally detest what these fucking maroons are doing. I mean, if anything, like, a lot of them, you know, that are actually doing their jobs and doing their rounds and shit that aren't, you know, like, at, you know, Ottawa or whatever the fuck. Like, I mean, you know, a lot of them are even getting harassed at this point, you know, because they're getting lumped in with them, and, you know, they're fucking getting sick of it. So, they're even, you know, some of the, like, very loud-ass minority of the truckers and shit are probably going to be immediately ostracized and, like, exiled by the rest of the fucking truckers in Canada, and probably US, too. The fellow truckers because they want their selfish shit. Yeah, they literally are. And they're willing to basically throw the majority of the other truckers in Canada under the bus for it. Straight up. Honestly, that's what makes me more pissed off about it than their stupid fucking, like, MAGA anti-vax bullshit. Is that, you know, they have this weird guise of being pro-worker, but are actually fucking stabbing them in the fucking back. Literally stabbing their fucking, you know, just, like, brothers and sisters in labor and shit on this shit. Be like, oh, yeah, you, like, oh, y'all probably do want better working conditions and, you know, better labor rights and regulations when it comes to you and being truckers. Well, guess what? We don't care. We just want our vaccines and max just to be done and over with. Fuck the mandate. It's like, oh my god, fucking eat dick. The idea that parking their trucks all over the place is going to bring government to their knees to capitulate their demands laughable. Then again, they're not smart people. Well, the thing is, like, I mean, honestly, though, it's possible. I mean, that's the thing. Because there's been times where there have been protests. Like, I remember I think this happened in the early 2000s, where there was farmers in France that got fucked over by, I think it was either legislation or that the French government were trying to do that would fuck over a lot of their, like, farming rights and landing rights and shit like that. And basically they all got together, and all like the different farmers and adjacent industries and adjacent workers got together and got all their fucking tractors in places like downtown Paris and shit, and held up everything for a couple weeks until they got their concessions. But the difference with that is it's over meritable shit and over, like, you know, pro-working class type of shit versus this fucking joke of a debacle. I mean, that's the difference with it. So it's like, I mean, if they were actually doing it under meritable shit, like, it actually probably could. If they were doing it for concessions that actually are worth a fuck and actually matter, instead of conceding to shit that's gonna be worse for everybody. I see, I haven't said they're already going to start to drop mandates around the country. Well, I mean, honestly, that's already been kind of happening around the world as it is. Because at this point, economos matters more than general well-being, you know, for a lot of these countries. So they're just trying to get back to normal at this rate. They're trying to cleanse because the mandates, which say, fine, great, you did it, yeah, now go home. Well, they're not going to stop until there's basically, I don't know, like, I don't know when they're going to be like, yay, we're done, yay. It's the Canadian ones too, so it's like, I mean, what fucking, like, what type of bite do you have, you little MAGA chihuahuas? Like, you're even more of a chihuahua than, like, the chihuahuas here. It's like, give me a break. So cool, yeah. Let's just drop the vax mandates and, you know, the vaccines they tell you what, you know, we go about and, you know, just load around Ottawa, say. Yeah, stick it to the man. Stick it to the man, eh? It's like, oh yeah, let me just take you seriously. Maple syrup sipping son of a bitch. Dropping a little bit of, like, ivermectin drops into your goddamn maple syrup. There's one plan for a superb owl, then head east DC. Time for Uncle Joe's statement in the Union. Wait, so there's one plan to from LA. So they're trying to migrate to LA and then go to DC. Why are they taking, like, the most farthest routes? Like from oh my god. We're gonna go from LA and then we're gonna go literally across the entire fucking country to DC. We'll see you there in a few weeks. It's like, what the fuck? Oh my god, why not, like, pick another city that's closer? And honestly, they don't even need to go to LA. LA does it to itself. Like, I mean, have they seen the traffic over there? Have they... Well, okay, I was about to say, have they been to LA, but no, they haven't. Man, they're in for a rude awakening. They're gonna be like, oh, wait, is it already happening? What the fuck? We just got here, what the hell? Like, I'm leading the convoy, what the fuck? Did a bunch of people beat us? What's going on? It's like... Oh my god, man. You laugh now, but be prepared once they assume their final form. Oh yeah, what? They become like a fucking MAGA, fucking beer-bellied, like, goddamn Optimus Prime Rib. Like what? Like, I mean, like, am I supposed to be fearful that, I mean, it's just like, yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I joke about it, legit, but there is definitely Megatron. Honestly, I mean, we do joke about it, but there is some legit seriousness to it. Because, I mean, while I think a majority of them are legitimately just comical dorks, there's definitely a fringe element of these people that are legit very fucking serious about this stuff. I mean, the January 6th thing, I think, is the best example of something like that, because legit, I would say a majority of the chuckle fucks are, you know, people that honestly were just like, yeah, I'm a work guy, Trump, yeah, man, and you were just kind of loitering around either outside or went inside for like an hour and like didn't know what they were doing and just left. They're like, yeah, I'm gonna smoke a joint in the House of Congress, baby, yeah. Alright, what are we doing? Alright, I'm just gonna go by. Like, I mean, honestly, I'd say majority of them were those, like, type of chuckle fucks, but like, there was a decent enough of them that know what the fuck they were doing and were there for, you know, insurrectionist intentions. And that's just, you know, it's like, it's the same shit with this. It's like most of them probably barely know what the fuck they're really doing besides, like, yeah, mandates bad, bleh, you know, whatever the fuck. But there's a good chunk of them that are, you know, being a little extra plotful and shit. I mean, it's like, I like these different groups, like the Proud Boys, or like the 3%ers, and all these other motherfuckers and shit. I mean, Canada's got their own, obviously. I mean, yeah, I mean, like the Quebec separatist movement, you know, for example. Like, that's kind of a more kind of common known one, at least with Canadians. Because they want, like, a French-Canadian nationalist, like, ethno state or some shit. Or whatever the fuck, so, yeah, like, that's ever gonna happen. But, I mean, just like America, Canada's got their own versions of that. And also, they're a little bit more silly because they definitely don't have anywhere near as a bite in comparison to the ones in America. I guess mainly just because they don't have nearly enough guns. Like, honestly. Just more apologetic. Yeah, that too. Like, I mean, that's what makes them a little bit more softer and pudgy in comparison. Like, American ones might look like that, but there's more of them that really aren't exactly like that. Because, I mean, a lot of them are, you know, the Jim Bobs that, you know, go shooting, you know, their, like, Bud Light cans that they've collected, you know, if they're fucking AR-15s and shit, so, you know, say what you want, they might, yeah, they are probably decent shots and shit, you know what I mean? So it's like, I mean, you got, like, you know, those type of motherfuckers in there and shit, you know, amidst our, yeah, amidst ours, but in Canada, they got, like, Grandpappy's musket, or fucking, you know, the double-barrel shotgun that was inherited by the pop, whatever the fuck, you know, it's like, oh, okay. Or, like, their like 5-round bolt-action rifle, it's like, okay, I have AK. It's like, yeah, it might be semi-auto, but that could be fixed. It's not hard to make that automatic. Is there any other writer Hogwarts shit? Oh my god, there's Kevin Sorbo. What? Okay. Wait, what? Whoa. I see Kevin Sorbo. And then this is the full title? Huh? Accidentally endorses? I mean, it's an accident. It's like the meme accidentally left-wing, you know? Or just being accidentally based. But, okay. Yeah, I'm willing
to show you is my favorite
I want to hear
genre
it.
of tweet. It is clueless right-winger who hasn't thought through an issue very much at all.
So, most of them?
Shows their whole ass on the TL.
So, most of them?
So let's take a look. This is from Kevin Sorbo, a.k.a. Hercules. This guy's in...
Or the atheist professor that, like, got ran over and converted to a Christian literally as he died in the street in the end of fucking God's Not Dead. I hate that fucking movie. That's like the one movie that I actually am like I'm rarely offended by movies, but that one offends me. Just for the ending alone. It's like, oh, there's this dude who's an atheist who's dying on the street because he got ran over. Let's force him to convert to Christianity, yo, because Pascal's wager, yo. And then he does and dies. It's like, are you? What? It's like, are we? It's legit. Like, imagine if, like, in like the movie is called God is Dead, and it was an atheist movie, and it was like atheists surrounding a Christian who got ran over. It was the same premise, but instead of an atheist being on the road, it was a Christian. And, Christians trying to convert the atheists, it was the other way around. It's like, oh my god, the outrage and backlash from that would be fucking insane. But yet in God's Not Dead, it's hunky-dory. It's like, what? It's like, very rarely do I get offended by shit, but that, like, oh my god, it still fucking offends me. Like, it really, oh my god, fuck that movie, and fuck that movie again. Ugh. I think they're making another one, too. Like, they have 3 of those god-awful things, and I think they're, from what I heard, maybe I'm misremembering, maybe, hopefully it's just a fucking deja vu, like, Mandela shit, but, like, I could have swore I heard they were making, like, a 4th one or something, and I swear to oh my god. Pure Flix, I hate you. I hate you, Pure Flix. Ugh, for the atrocities that you commit upon society. Anyway. So, alright, so what do we got here? The shots are given away for free because they're life-saving. Why isn't insulin free? Chemotherapy, EpiPens. Kevin Sorbo? Based. Yeah. Exactly. Oh my god. I wonder if he's trying to use this as a point. Because honestly, dude. Like, if I was like in front of Kevin Sorbo right now and he said that to me, I'd be like, yeah, why isn't it? Because especially when it comes to things that are considered life-saving in society, like, honestly, especially when it comes to more extreme circumstances, when it comes to people that need life-saving treatments like chemotherapy, insulin, EpiPens, etc., yes. Like, including emergency healthcare when it comes to, like, you got a broken arm or, you need, emergency treatment because you have, like, a massive bacterial infection and you got, like, hours to get it treated or you're dead, type of shit. It's like, yeah, I mean, why aren't these things, free at the point of service? Like, Kevin Sorbo, you're onto something here, buddy. I mean, because see, this is, like, why I think, like, some conservatives sometimes I think are really just, like, confused and don't know what, they really want, I guess, necessarily. Aside from just their basic, creature comforts like anyone else. Because they'll throw shit out like this, and it makes you like, yeah. Exactly there, buddy. Like, honestly, like, when it comes to conservatives and they do this shit, I feel like it should be encouraged. To be like, yeah, you're right. Make them think like they thought of it first or something. You know what I mean? Because it makes them just more likely to get enforced on the idea. Because imagine if, like, Kevin Sorbo was on Fox, like, a couple months later, and was just like, yeah, this whole Medicare for All thing, I don't know, I've thought about it. Because, it's like, they say these vaccines are all life-saving and stuff, but, it made me think, it's like, well, if they're saying this is life-saving, then why aren't all these other things? Blah, 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 blah. It's like, I mean, redemption arc for Sorbo? Like, I don't know, I mean, maybe I'm a little too optimistic about it. Maybe I got a little too much faith for Sorbo. But, I don't know. I feel like, honestly, realistically, he's trying to use it as, like, some quip, I feel like. Because, like, oh, yeah, I actually really don't know what his vaccine opinions are, to be fair. I imagine probably not pro-mandate, but I don't know if he's, like, legit anti-vaxxer or not. I actually don't know about that. But, I mean, if he is, then I'm actually just trying to see this as a quip. But if not, then it makes me think, then it's like, let's encourage this. let's foster the seed and let it grow. Let's grow the sapling into a fertile sequoia. I mean, it's just like, I don't know. Like, whenever, conservatives throw out this, random curveballs like this, it's like, oh shit. Let's tend to the sapling.
He says, if the shots were given away for free because they're life-saving, why isn't insulin free? Chemotherapy, EpiPens. Got him. My response to that is, yes. That's it. That's my whole response. Yes.
Yes. I mean, well, the thing is, though, I mean, it's Twitter, so, like, a lot of the, like, things like sarcasm and shit isn't there. Unless it's, like, kind of overt. Like, I honestly don't know if that's, like, a sarcastic tweet or not, to be honest. Maybe it is. And it's trying to be in quip and be like, got him. But it's kind of hard to say that, like, things like chemotherapy and EpiPens are not life-saving drugs, and to try to say that, like, oh, the vaccine's, like, you know, life-saving drug, well, got them. I mean, it just, I mean, it doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't feel like that. I feel like it's more of, like, an actual question of, like, hey, why, you know, it's like, why aren't these things free? I mean, especially for things like chemotherapy, like, that shit costs fucking, that can, like, be out the motherfucking wazoo. Like, I mean, that puts people in insane medical debt. I mean, so, yeah, why, you know, I don't know. I feel like as a sapling that must be tended to here. You know what I mean? Sapling, we must fertilize it.
Is what, the second time, third time we've seen this exact tweet from different people? I don't know who else did it. I think it was Candace Owens one time. Maybe Tomato Lorenzo said it. But this is now a thing. They seriously think they're owning the libs. It's like owning the libs by supporting universal health care. Oh boy, you really owned us, bro.
I mean, let them think that. Whatever. It's like, oh, well, these libs, they have this thing for free? Well, let's make this other shit for free, too. Got them. I mean, oh, okay, yeah. Got me. Cool. It's like, what? You're not upset about that? It's like, nah. They're actually right. What? Their brains will probably malfunction a little bit, if anything. So, I don't know. I'm okay with it. I want it.
Right. And in every other industrialized country, this is the case. All that stuff is free. Now, I can already hear the right-wingers screaming, nothing's free, bro! Yes. Free at the point of service. Also known as funded through tax dollars. Also known as no shit, you pedantic fuck. Everybody knows this. Whenever somebody says it's free, it just means free at the point of service, which is accurate, funded by tax dollars. Now,
oh my god, I gotta hear that again. I was thinking it, I couldn't, I was thinking it, I really wanted to laugh at that, what the fuck?
No shit, you pedantic fuck.
I'm like, I love Kyle. I love him.
Whenever somebody says it's free, it just means free at the point of service, which is accurate, funded by tax dollars. Now, I don't know about you guys, but for me, I would love to live in a country where we didn't spend trillions of dollars.
Kyle, what the fuck? Stop it. Did he just morph into Michael Jackson? Trillions. Like, oh god damn. It's like, got some pipes on you there, boy.
What are our Middle East wars cost? What are the war on terror costs when you look at all the different places we invaded and bombed and all that stuff? $8 trillion? $7 trillion when all said and done? I would rather not have our money go towards that and not have our money go towards trillions of dollars of bailing out Wall Street with no strings attached. I'd prefer my money and your money go towards healthcare and college for everybody and maybe paid vacation time by law. Maybe things like that we would actually all enjoy. That you go to pay your taxes and you think, boy, I'm happy to pay these taxes because I know exactly what it's going towards, and it's going towards things that are good for the people.
I mean, unfortunately for people like Serbo, they can afford to have their vacations all the fucking time and shit like that, so For them, it's all like, well, you just gotta work for it. Meh. Bootstraps, brother.
Wouldn't that be wonderful? I can't believe they tweet this. They don't realize what they're doing. They don't realize what they're saying. Yeah, the shots are free. By the way, they also work. You know, that triggers a lot of people. And
what? They work? No.
Insulin should be free. Chemotherapy should be free. There is no... I saw somebody trying to make a meaningful distinction, like, well, one's contagious and the other one's not, so that's the difference.
I swear to God, if anyone does that, I want to slap him in the face in Roblox, Minecraft, and in Grand Theft Auto. I mean, the Holy Trinity. I mean, that deserves like a... It's right all up in the face. Like, it's like you're trying to, like, own yourself at that point. It's like, oh, actually, the virus is contagious, but things like cancer and, you know, allergic reactions are not contagious, so it's like, are you trying... Oh, my God. It's like, why are you trying to own yourself? Stop it. No, don't. That's not... It's like, I mean, it's like a no-shit Sherlock, but that's not the point. It's not the point trying to be made. It's like when you got some dork like Kevin Sorbo saying something like that, you don't try to out-technicality them. You just, oh my God. Why? Kyle's face right there just explains it. It's like, why? Why? Don't, like, it's literally like a cell phone. You're self-owning yourself. Just, it's like, just stop it. Don't do that. Don't do that. But alas, they do it.
You have to pay for it. Full stop.
Hold on, what was that?
Contagious, and the other one's not, so that's the difference. When you get sick, you should get help and not go bankrupt or have to pay for it. Full stop.
No shit.
That's what I think. That's my position. And
wow, you're a fucking radical commie socialist. How fucking dare you?
Say, hey, only infectious diseases, those are the things that should be free. Okay, well, there's a lot more infectious diseases than just COVID. You know? So, it would be a weird system to only the infectious ones and the other ones are... It's like, well, if you got cancer, either through personal behavior because you didn't live the healthiest life or genetic predisposition or whatever it is, that person also deserves help and not to go bankrupt as a result of it. So,
no shit.
Yes, Kevin Sorbo. Yes. Universal health care. If you're going to give away the shots for free, which was wonderful, you should also give away insulin for free, chemotherapy, EpiPens.
Kevin, all you need to do is just be the Hercules, you know, for Medicare for all, bro. You need to, you know, reinstate your role as Hercules, get back into the character, and just fucking, you know, charge into battle. You need to go forth there, Kevin. Miss Sorbo, you know what to do. You know what to do there, man. Come on. You're this close already. You're getting close. Become the massive sequoia that I wish to see you become. Man. Like this, I really do think, like, you know, whenever, you know, I really do believe and, you know, think that, like, whenever conservatives, you know, throw these little curveballs of being accidentally left-wing, like, that needs to legit be kind of seen as, like, a sapling to try to, like, fertilize a little bit, like, kind of tend to, you know, it's like, oh, shit, they accidentally did a baste. Quick, fertilize it! It's just like, I mean, that's how I look at it. It's like, oh, shit. You know, if they're, you know, it's like if they accidentally are making a correct point, let them, you know, like, kind of let that grow a little bit. Be like, yeah, you're right. Blah, 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 blah. You know, and, you know, because if anything, you know, get them a little bit more likely to fall, you know, into, you know, these ideas better and have a better understanding of what they are. At least, you know, think like they came up with it themselves. Even though it's literally already a normal fucking thing in most of the, you know, modern world. Well, pretty much all of it, aside from us. And kinda Canada and Australia, but even then, way better than us.
not only would I nationalize health care,
Based.
I'd nationalize health insurance, that's single payer. I'd nationalize pharma. There are some industries that have proven over the course of time, and there's counter evidence that shows that other systems work better. But the profit motive in this specific area has incredibly negative impact, and there's no way around it. There's no doubt about it. When you have a middleman for no reason, when you have that mafia in the middle, what do? Their job is to make as much profit as possible for their shareholders. They have a fiduciary responsibility to do that.
Where they price gouge you and fuck you over and basically literally exploit the fucking, like, damages and, you know, breakdown from the labor that you've been exploited from. And basically taking even more of a fucking cut from it. You know, from the product of that, you know, when it comes to your wages and your pay and shit. Because when you're putting a lot of your paycheck into paying medical bills because you got sick or have a, you know, busted up back because of an accident at work or whatever the fuck, then, or just being, you know, some outside of work even, you know, like hanging out with the bros and you know, like hiking or some shit, you know, slipped on a rock, fell, broke your arm, riding a bike, broke your leg or some shit, you know, whatever the hell, you know, shit happening, because life, you know, shit happens in life. And it's like, you know, when you have these things going on, it's, you know, like, you know, you got these motherfucking middlemen that will take, you know, like your paycheck and your wages and shit, you know, over time, you know, and also do so via medical debt. So then you get these loan sharks, you know, on top of it, you know, who are wanting your to pay off your debts as well. It's just like, ooh, that was a fat pop, damn. But I mean, it's all just, you know, more and more of how, like, you know, the worker and, you know, the average person just gets more and more fucking price gouges from the shit. And of course, you know, people that you have sustainable, more comfortable means of income can more easily afford it. But if you're more on the lower end of that, then there's still fucking risk that you can sink to the bottom because of, you know, say medical debts. Just because, you know, yearly you make like, you know, $250,000 or something like that, or $350,000, doesn't mean that, you know, getting cancer out of nowhere is gonna, you know, drop you, you know, significantly when it comes to, you know, how much you have and how much you're making, because it's still gonna, you know, cost you a buttfuck a lot of money, you know, when it comes to that shit. You know, even if you can afford it and have better health insurance, you know, that can cover a decent amount of it either way. So, I mean, even to, you know, some people that are kind of well off, they have a potentiality, you know, just falling off the bottom, you know, to the bottom and shit and going bankrupt and being in severe debt because of this type of fucking system. Because of these hyper predatory middlemen that, you know, get in the way of this shit. I mean, it's not just, you know, with healthcare either. I mean, like earlier, you know, with landlords too. I mean, there's multiple different elements of our system and paradigm that are just based around this type of predatory nature and shit. And it's time to stop. It's time to stop right now. Somebody old filthy Frank. But it's not wrong though. Definitely needs to stop. Needs to be put to heel.
Deny you care as much as possible, because that's how I make more money. So if you have a claim, shit, you better dot all your I's and cross all your T's and not mess up at all on the form. And, you know, I'm going to try to weasel out of paying for whatever it is for you, because that's how I make more money. What a terrible system. What a terrible system. That's not to say that the profit motive is bad in every respect. It's not. There are plenty of consumer goods where there is really no downside. And sometimes the competition actually makes it better in certain realms.
I mean, maybe on a small business level, but on a mega corporate level, Even like on the more like middle level corporate level, if that makes sense. Like a mid-level, like, you know, corporate company and shit. I mean, even then, like, I say that only really goes so far.
That could have the profit motive, but certain things shouldn't. We've already come to that conclusion for policing, for the military, for the fire department. Healthcare is the next incredibly obvious one, and obviously health insurance too.
And you know, infrastructure, telecommunications, energy, There's a list of other things that could easily be, I think, should most certainly be expanded upon. Because, I don't know, a lot of other countries, one way, shape, or form have, done that with, these type of things. Maybe not every country, in the modern world necessarily has, like, nationalized telecommunications, but there's a couple out there that do. And, same thing for infrastructure and, and for like, their energy and shit. I'm making community posts by breaking points. I don't even watch them. The failure $15 an hour federal minimum wage. I mean, it's a little poll. Yes, no, unsure. Huh? 52% yes, 35% no, and 13% unsure. Oh, alright, I'm going to comments. Well, it seems like a lot of these comments are saying they, seems like a lot of the reason from what I am looking at these comments are, like, it should be tied to, the standard of living in the region, which, yeah, I agree with. I mean, I guess, fundamentally, if I had it my way, I would say that, obviously there needs to be a collective bargaining when it comes to wages and needs to be tied to the lowest medium income, standard of living to the country at the very minimal. Which, that means if it's like, if the lowest, standard of living, when it comes to like an hourly wage, salary or whatever the fuck, it's like, I don't know, fucking like $11 an hour at like Wyoming or some shit. Which I doubt that at this point. I would probably say more like maybe legit, probably maybe like 15, maybe I don't know, like probably around there at least, like 13, 14, 15, something about. I mean, then it should be tied to that, and across the board tied to inflation or productivity, because it's going to vary from region to region as well. Because like the standard of living and inflation and wages overall are going to be affected differently in places like, Wyoming, Colorado, in comparison to places like California, New York, and shit. So, I would say that for sure. But I also think that there needs to at least be bumped up to 15 an hour. And then have that, as the clean slate, essentially. And then, go with that policy moving forward with that, as kind of the starting point. So I guess overall I'd still say yes, but kind of as a starting point for a broader policy of, dealing with wages. So I guess that's, my breaking points. So what other community posts do you have? I'm going to look at your community posts. Charles Minecraft. Okay, whatever. I want your polls. Are you excited about the possibility of metaverse? The metaverse. Like Facebook's metaverse or just the concept of a metaverse? I'm just gonna... I put unsure, and it's 8% unsure, 7% yes, 85% nope. Oh my god. Oh, there's another one here. Does the American healthcare system need a major overhaul? Yes, no, unsure. So I guess that's just a 3. Yes, no, unsure. And 90% is yes. Nice. And if equal, no, and unsure at 5% both. Okay. You support the American education system being geared towards college for all? Being geared towards college for all? Interesting phrasing. Could just say, do you support the American education system being like college / education for all, or Public education. Okay, whatever. But huh? 27% yes, 61% no. Reading the comments on this. It shouldn't be mandatory, but if someone wants to go to college, they should. Also, trade schools should 100% be considered college, and benefits should apply to them as well. Well, yeah. But that doesn't necessarily... it shouldn't be mandatory. College for all. Oh, well, I guess it is because of the phrasing. College for all. Because it does kind of imply, like, a little bit of a mandate. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't make it like a... Honestly, it's just basically public education. They worded it wrong. They phrased it badly. Because honestly, it's just like... College for all doesn't imply that everyone is mandated to go. It's just, it's available for everybody if they want to. So, they kind of phrased it incorrectly, because... yeah, I'm reading some of these other comments and skimming some of them, and they're basically kind of saying the same thing. So, on top of, like, other nuances, and, like, yeah, it needs to be, you know, restructured from the ground up, blah, 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 yeah, so, I mean, fundamentally, people are, like, their positions are yes, but I think I think they're just misunderstanding their really stupid phrasing. Should Joe Rogan be dropped from Spotify? Yes, no, unsure. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Maybe I will, like, subscribe to Breaking Points just for the community posts. What's your outlook on the future of crypto NFTs, DAOs? What the fuck is a DAO? Okay. And Web3 and more broadly? Future of crypto NFTs, DAO. I mean, for the first two, negative. The last two, DAOs and Web3, I don't know what the fuck any of that is. I don't know. Man, Breaking Points, you got some interesting community posts. I'm gonna follow you just for those. Just for the community posts. I don't really care about your show. I just want the community posts. Interesting little polls. Are NFTs and crypto a bad thing, good thing, or do you not know? Fight out in the comments. Breaking Points. It's like, oh shit. You know, I don't know. Let me see what random ass like fucking videos they're doing anyway. I know they exist. I've just never seen any of their shit. So, depends. See, questioning them is literally terrorism. All caps, literally terrorism. Okay. Chill out. Breaking Points, chill out. The views to use anti-vax disinfo as STEM policies change. Well, at least they're not doing that shit. That's good. At least they're just like, yo. Views. Wait, is the views doing that? Anti-vax misinfo? What's literally terrorism besides terrorism? I'm just like, I was looking at some, like I was on YouTube homepage, and I saw a Breaking Points community poll. What was the first? It was, do you favor $15 an hour federal minimum wage? And I was like, oh, okay. And I kind of started going down the rabbit hole of their community posts, and now I just started looking at their videos. And one of them was, feds say questioning them is literally terrorism. It's one of their videos. If anyone asks what's literally X, the answer is whatever X happens to be. I mean, yeah. And I'm not kidding, it's literally in all caps. Literally, terrorism is, well, it's in all caps. See? It's like, wow. Honestly, do they have, like, something in here that actually, like, shows that? Or are they just, oh my fucking god. Yeah, okay, a wall of text. Nice.
Okay, come on, man.
Wow, it literally is just a wall of text. They just show you a fat wall of text. Am I supposed to read this? Summary of terrorism threat to the U.S. homeland. Oh my god. So it's just a fat ass like document. Oh, good lord. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure there's honestly some sus shit in there, because it's the feds. Let's be honest. But I mean, like, breaking points. Pipe down. Calm down. Chill out. Like, chill out with the fucking titles. Kyle needs to do that too a little bit. Like, he'll be like, exposed and all this shit. And it's like, bro, we already know this. You know, it's just, yeah, it's like sometimes he hypes up his fucking, his titles too a little bit. I get it though, because it's supposed to be like, hey, we gotta clickbait people into this. You know, so they can watch our video and all that shit. And click it. Which I guess, well, I clicked it, so at least did some of it. Simply read my 5,000 worded reply. You don't understand the logic of my argument. What the fuck? What's this? Tim Pool wants nuclear weapons. Oh, what?
So,
what?
get excited.
30% to 40% could agree that this was legitimate tyranny that needed to be thrown off.
Wait, maybe I won't agree with it. I don't know. I believe in giving. I believe in giving Iran a nuclear weapon. They should be able to have it. All their enemies have it.
Everyone deserves nukes.
They should be able to have one too.
Unleash the nukes.
At this stage, it's like
you get a nuke, you get a nuke, you get a nuke. Everyone gets a nuke. I'm Oprah nuke free, and I'm gonna give you all the nukes.
Like, everybody has a nuke. If everyone has a nuke, no one has a nuke. You know
exactly. A polite society is a nuclear armed society.
That's all I mean, baby. If everybody has a subscription in the top of the hour ad break that I forgot to run at the last top of the hour.
Oh my god.
That's how it works. Your program to give Iran a nuke. We could also do the anonymous gifter program.
Stop if you're top of the hour.
Protects your right to own nuclear weapons. I believe an individual citizen in this country has a right to own a nuclear warhead, but not a delivery device. Oh, all of it. I think. Tim, what about
all of it? I love how he doubled down. It's like, no, so not like the delivery device. No, all of it. No, all of it, bro. Like, oh my god, like, yep, it's like, yep, the U.S. government will now, like, you know, auction off a literal nuclear silo with an armed nuclear weapon inside of it. Yep, let's go, baby. Welcome to Ancapistan, where everyone here's a king or some shit. I forgot a little bit of lyrics, but I'm thinking of the Ancapistan rap now.
Yeah, it almost reminded me when I was a kid. I used to make bombs and blow a bunch of shit up. That was always lots of fun.
You made nuclear devices?
Made what device?
Nuclear?
Not quite that big, but...
Well, Tim Pool advocates that everyone shall be nuked by having a nuke. Everyone shall have nukes. A polite society is a nuclear-armed society. Everyone gets a warhead.
Yeah.
Oprah nuke free. You get a nuke, you get a nuke, you get a nuke, everyone gets a nuke.
Oprah nuclear policy.
Oh my god, what if like what if that oh my god, the hypothetical world. And it's called the Oprah Winfrey Act. It's the Oprah Nuclear like Partition Act or something.
The rooms, they were sitting there waiting, you know, with the news, and he's waiting and waiting and waiting for the
Nick is playing 2 minutes. What did he do? Oh, don't worry. Second Amendment. Oh, okay.
Like an anti-aircraft weapon from World War II or something. You see the movie just...
Damn.
This was a huge-ass bomb. And then suddenly all the houses down below
start rattling.
You see all the curtains and the shades going up and faces sticking out. What the fuck was that?
Oh my god.
And we saw the cops coming and just like, okay, we're out of here.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the cops were down below because they thought it was something from down below.
Oh my god.
They didn't realize it was us on top of the rims. It's just like, okay, we're out of here.
Bye-bye.
Absolutely. All of it.
It was a fun day.
All of it. If 30%.
If Nick's all over and we end up living radiated skeletons.
I'm gonna help you.
Yeah.
Got this, one
we'll just literally be skeletons that are still alive and sentient.
A bunch of reloading stuff. You know, a bunch of, you know, like primers. You know,
yeah, primers, gunpowder and shit.
A bunch of gunpowder, BBs, all kinds of shit. I'm just like, okay, this is fun. We had all the stuff except for the shells. But my best friend Brett had bullet shells that were like about yay tall, about so big around.
Oh my god.
Mortar shell cannon shells.
Yeah, that's like 40 millimeter.
They'd already been shot, but you could throw them full of black powder and pinch them together and stick a fuse in there. And
boom.
You got one hell of a bomb.
I think skeleton, you would look good in a hat. I'm going to get a pirate hat or a head banana. Yeah, because at least, you know, yeah, because I could have like that outlaw, like, country skeleton skull look. With like irradiated eyes. Oh, dude, that'd be pretty badass. I, for one, look forward to our irradiated future.
Could agree
no
that this
shot!
Is legitimate tyranny that needed to be thrown off. They need to have sufficient power without asking for extra permission. It should be right there and completely available to them in their living room in order to
just have a nuclear ICBM missile just right there in your living room, fam. Oh my god, what the fuck?
I believe the Second Amendment protects your right to own nuclear weapons. I believe an individual citizen in this country has a right to own a nuclear warhead. But not a delivery device? Oh, all of it, all of it. I think...
Tim, what about biological weapons?
Absolutely.
All what? Wait, hold up. What? Oh my, did he, okay, the nuke thing I can get, but he just went like biological warfare? What? So get like, so, what? So, oh my fucking, like what? So like, basically like fuse a bomb with like the goddamn bubonic plague, like your Unit 731 in China or some shit, and like infect the entire like mainland of your like the countryside with like some bacterial disease. The fuck? What else? Is there something else?
If 30 to 40% could agree that this was legitimate tyranny that needed to be thrown off.
What? Nothing about chemical weapons? Nothing about that?
Sufficient power without asking for extra permission. It should be right there and completely available to them in their living room in order to affect the change. I believe the Second Amendment protects your right to own nuclear weapons.
Oh, well, oh, he keeps going. Oh, he keeps repeating it because he's gone. But oh my god. Man would make assumptions, but he doesn't believe in government social programs, right? So weapons good, but safety net's bad. Because you can use those guns to get the safety that you need by exerting your rights of your Second Amendment to something for overthrow the government, you know, something. I don't know. I like the first comment on this video. That's why I bring my mutated anthrax for duck hunting. Izuka, how you doing, buddy? Come up here. Hey, bud. Oh, you stretchy boy. You stretchy boy. You're taking a fat nap. Come up here. Come on. Come here, buddy. Oh, you sleepy baby. Come up here, buddy. Oh my god, you lazy bones. You lazy bones. You're just like, no. Oh my god, you fucking lazy prick. Okay, I'm picking you up. Fuck it, I don't even care. Oh my god, you... yeah, this is... oh my god. Hi. Hi, buddy. Yeah, this ain't working out like I was intending it to, and you're probably just like, what the fuck, bro? I was so peaceful. I was in my slumber. My goodness. You smell my burrito over there. Nuking every home, and hopefully people's kids won't grow third eyes and stomachs from leaking radiation. Well, hey, while we have a nuclear, device in our, living room and shit, I hope it gives me, a little extra amazing third and fourth arms. Oh. Oh, this lazy bones. This sleepy boy. You just tired, yeah. And look at this boy. Look at this sweet little boy. You're just so sleepy. Yes, you is. Oh. Oh. Just little sleepy bones. Yes, you is. Yeah. I mean, if we got superpowers from it, it'd be worth the risk. That's what I mean. It's just like in the comic books. Just like in the 50s comic books they're saying. Oh. Oh my god. Alright, he's going peak cat mode. This is peak cat mode. Like, oh my fucking god. Give a super dog from it. Dude, that'd be pretty based. Oh my, dude, he is knocked out. Are you alive? All you need is lightning and radiation against superpowers. Yep. And by the power of Thor and Zeus, I shall gain the powers of the radiation. Ah! Oh my god, you lazy bones. You lazy boy. You are just sleepy. My goodness. Sleepy on my lap. You're probably going to be an insane little cuddle monster. Because you already are. Sweet baby. Oh my god, though. I do not need you, like... I don't need you to, like, sleep in here, though, bro. Like, you're gonna have to readjust yourself, just ever so slightly. Oh, look at you. You sweet thing. You sweet little thing. Alright. My legs. My legs, they were you actually like, oh my god. He's like straight about to fall asleep here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, here. There you go, buddy. Did you remember that dumb fuck that you tried to mock you for the fact that if you're having a pet, does that kind of like make fun of someone's spouse? Oh, what like one of those little poll trolls? I think I remember what you're talking about. Like one of them was like, you talk to your dog, what the fuck, that's weird, blah blah blah, or some shit. I at least remember something like that. And it's like, no shit. Like if you had a dog, you talk to it too. I'm like, shut up. It's like I talk to my cat too. It's like I'll have like little conversations with him. Tell him all my secrets. Oh, he's a sweet baby boy. Yes, you is. And I can tell he had a good time. He's just so sleepy like he is. Oh, giving me those little puppy eyes. Here. I'll probably wake you up a little bit, but whatever. Oh yeah, that woke you up. Here, here. Just give me a paw. That's all I want. That was the laziest paw. Oh, okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah. You sweet baby. You have a pet who gives you comfort and you spend time with. Me on the other hand has people made from Popsicle sticks, and I cry every night because I just wish I had actual friends in my life. I mean, honestly, here, hold up. I figured I'll show some of the clips I'm going to eventually kind of splice together into a little vid. But here, hold up. Let's see if there's one of me here. This one it? Oh.
Right up here.
It's not this one. It's another one. I think it's this one. Yeah, probably. Yep, it is. It is indeed. Oh, it's actually the homeboy that's doing it. There we go. Boop. Is there audio? I know there
So
is.
it's the safety.
Whoa!
Safety's off. Okay. Here. Like that.
My vape.
Ew. You'll rack it. Alright, rack it, boy.
Huh?
Vito, it's Zukov. Hey, where does the thing go?
Oh shit.
Yeah, you lost your thingy.
Your thingy. The Zukov, you lost your thingy.
You have dropped your harness over here. My God. My God.
My God.
Here.
No place to pray and void as logical Reddit poll. Hold my bear. True.
Yeah, you'll have to rack the
Rib 4 of Nahio, I barely knew ye. Yep, barely knew thee. Random little boat.
Come here, no.
Here, hold on, we gotta hear that little rack again.
What damn hell's in there, boy?
Dogs out of the way?
Yeah, you'll have to rack the. Yeah. There you go.
Okay, where's the dog?
As you can tell, it was a little dark at this point.
Good.
But we had a little massive light to make it work.
Make sure that thing's downrange.
Oh. No.
No?
It didn't recall all the way back. Here, hold on to it, like hold firmly. There you go. Here, there you go.
This is so much fun.
Oh, you got a good one there.
Wait, that was two.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, you gotta redo it.
Yeah, it's starting to jam just a little. There you go.
Whoa, dog.
Zukov.
Pupos being ridiculous. Some needs an enema to replace the right wing nutters that run it.
Looks like a boy.
Okay, dog.
Dogs, humans, you're good. One more round. Hit the top one. Yeah, you can.
Oh, I missed it.
No, you got that. There were some hits in there.
And he did. There indeed were some hits in there. Oh my god, it keeps doing this. What the fuck? I think this is my other homeboy, yeah. Oh no, this is me. Okay. I'm setting up my targets, I think. Yeah. That's what I'm doing.
Target still. I'm probably gonna do.
Zeus,
come here.
He's just trying to protect you, I think. Come here, boy.
He's trying to protect my boy.
Come here. This way. Zeus, come here. I'll grab him. Yeah.
Beat him.
Zukov, being ridiculous.
Alright. Just gonna hit fire this one. He got him on the bottom, I think.
Nice echoes.
Yeah, it's starting to jam up a little bit. I think you did get it, though. Yeah, I got.
Couldn't realize that using my logical conservative tends to be in most instances of trying to fit a square block into a star-shaped hole. A star-shaped hole! Yeah. Are you sure that you're not just trying to fit it into a tiny sphincter-shaped hole? That's right. Let's see if there's another one that has some... Hey, get away from that. Ooh. I know this is going to be a good one. Because it shows the massacre of the melons.
Yeah, that one's still pretty good right there.
You're showing some melons.
Melon
that
massacre.
One was a slug round I putting that one earlier. Man, look at all the honeydew seeds just exploded.
Fucking honeydew.
Dude, whatever little like
damn TOS massacred the melons.
Ace raccoons.
Look at this! Look at this! Look at this fruit gore. Fruit gore.
They're gonna be feasting.
Anything that's like habited up here is gonna be like scared of the
Birds.
area.
Birds too, though. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Direct shot.
Yeah.
Different little thing that kind of popped off.
I'm hungry. Nice.
Yeah, well,
Look.
he's good boy. He's good boy, Zeus. Yes, he's good boy, Zeus.
Alright, let's do this shit.
Alright, here you go, man.
Not yet. I'm gonna wait until everyone gets out of the fucking way.
Yeah, we'll do a little skipperoni. Because eventually I'm gonna splice it all together.
So it's a target shell first, then it'll be slug. So on so far. Oh wait.
Hey, Cam. What do you do when it jams?
Take it out like that.
Okay.
Definitely how Zeus is a puppy. He's scared of you.
He's still learning. He's just like, how do I do it? I'm like, you just pop it out.
You don't
Slug right here.
Oh, I felt that one.
That's a slug.
Slug.
Oh.
Yep.
Easy.
Different noise too.
Hey.
You got one more left in there.
One more.
You can tell the difference too. I mean, you see the jump.
So on so far. Oh wait.
Cam.
Hold on.
What do you
Get back to it. I mean, that right there. I mean, there's just such a difference. Like, boom! That's a pop. Let's see, that's a boomstick. I love his little reaction. He's like, oh. Oh, I love it. Just giving him the special loads, dude. That was some fun. That was some fun right there. Giving nice, fun special loads. But yeah, I'm gonna eventually splice all these little videos I have collected together, and at least especially the best ones, make like a little video out of it. I even also have like some video of us kind of like making our little trip out there too. So I'm thinking when I read that part. Oh wait, no, I didn't. I'm thinking about when I used to argue with him, and sometimes I would see a contradiction in belief in literally a sentence of the replies. Well, I don't know if you saw a Secular Talk on his video with like reacting to Kev Sorbo accidentally endorsing Medicare for All, kind of. I mean, it's just at least like, especially when it's like so blatant like that, sometimes you just kind of have to like try to plant the seeds, you know what I mean? Because honestly, it's like, when you see like a little sapling like that kind of grow, it's like, oh shit, we gotta fertilize that. Grow this into a sequoia, quick, fertilize it. I mean, cause there's honestly like, you know, yeah, there is a lot of it, but I really feel like that a good chunk of, you know, conservative-leaning people really just are, you know, just more or less kind of confused of what they really actually want. Which is why I think they fall into these easy culture war scapegoaty nonsense bullshit, you know, so easily. So, I mean, I don't know, like, I feel like whenever, you know, something like that pops up, you know, like trying to fertilize that sapling and watch it grow to a sequoia, you know, and tend to it a little bit, you know, I feel like, you know, is a potential better outcome, you know, with the accidental, you know, like, baseness and shit that comes from it. Let me see, wait, if this, my... Oh yeah, it is. I could tell, because my friends...
Yeah, there's a dog. Here.
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be the lame ass cameraman, I guess.
Yep.
I guess.
Same as usual.
Be same as usual. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Yeah, it's jamming. I don't know what's there.
Just laying down my shots, boy. It then just... Imagine, honestly, like, low-key, though, whenever, like, you know, like, in wars or whatever, there will be, like, little skirmishes and shit you would hear off in distance, and it'll just be, like, different little pitter-patters like that, and then suddenly just quiet. That shit, like, you know, obviously, in a different context, it would probably be ominous as fuck. I mean, especially at night, that looks kind of ominous, not gonna lie, a little bit. Because if it wasn't for the melons and shit, it looked like I'm trying to shoot something just off camera or, like, in the dark or something. Just like, yo, guys, about to shoot something off in this camera distance over here. Something near our camp or whatever. You know, like, you know, like, I could have played it off as something different. It could have looked like, you know, something else in context. I mean, because it does have, like, a, you know, just because it was dark out, but... There'll definitely be more opportunities, too, you know, once, especially spring starts coming in, because it'll start getting a little bit more light out. And we'll probably hit this spot again, too, because it's like, this little area that we found, it was perfect. Like, there was, like, these big rocks that were right in front of the little road, so you could just, like, kind of park the car right there, just walk down a little bit, and there's just, like, a perfect little, like, little area that's just, you know, like, a few little opening areas that are just excelentes. It was followed by the thudding of a body hitting the ground. Well, yeah. Well, obviously, as you could tell, we made sure that humans, dogs, and other bodies and other, you know, extremities were out of the way from shots and shit. So, you know, the only victims and casualties were the melons. So, you know, I had to make sure that the melons, you know, face their due justice. And all in all, you know, the puppos and, you know, dogs and everything, they took it pretty well. Here, let's see.
Gotta be the you can't.
Oh.
I'll be the terriblest cameraman ever. You can't see shit.
Yeah, that's actually true. He is right. Definitely can't see shit. Hear it though.
Cameraman ever. You can't see shit.
Oh, they get close.
I'm getting close.
Closer.
What the hell was that? Was that his fucking phone going off? I heard that. What the hell? Oh, that was the special. Okay, this is a video of my special loads.
Jeez, you fucking hit everything.
Too bad there wasn't a light on it. Ugh. Cause I was proud of that. Ugh. I mean, it wasn't anything to show anyway, so not even worth putting the screen up. But man, you can hear it though. Oh, and yes, I did hit everything. And that melon from the video prior, that was the victim of a slug. It just kind of used elitist. Can I help you, baby? Well, you're awake now. Hi, you sweet, handsome, fluffy baby. Oh my goodness, come up here. Want to be on my lap without trying to sleep on it again? Come here. You baby. Oh, yes, baby. Oh, you sweet baby. Oh, you're just a handsome boy. You're just a good boy today. Just be the handsome little thing. Make sure that, you know, I'm all safe and secure from my own boomstick. Because that makes me have to make sure that you're okay from my boomstick, because you get more in the way than I do. You silly, sweet little thing. Oh. You a handsome boy. Aww. You still sleepy? Are you still a sleepy boy? Yeah. Yeah. You got like sleep in your eyes now. Look at that. Yeah. Yeah. See the baby. You got like some stuff right there, bro. Got like a stain on your little nose. You silly thing. Your face. Your little face. It's ridiculous. And so cute. Okay, hi. Yeah, you're awake. Yep. Hi. Up. Oh, you almost got it. Yeah, you ridiculous boy. It was a ridiculous little baby boy. You know, honestly, you know, I have been thinking about, like, you know, an SKS a little bit, but honestly, I've noticed that there was like some really nice looking carbines and shit that were at Sportsman's that were actually fairly affordable, and I'm just like, fuck. Like, I saw a carbine that kind of looks like a Mauser C96, but I mean, it was different. Like, the design of it and the build was definitely different, but it was based off of it for sure. And I was just like, because I could tell that the bolt and the actual, like, mechanism itself was fundamentally different to a standard Mauser for sure. But damn, I was just like, oh, this looks cool. Like, straight up, because I'm like, huh. I mean, I wonder if it, for all intents and purposes, operates like a Mauser, or at least a Mauser carbine, because it had like the buttstock and, you know, a carbine variant, you know, design to it. So I'm just like, And I think when I saw the price tag when I was looking over at the counter, I think it was like $240 or something like that. I'm like, oh. And I have been working a little bit more with hours this week, so I'm honestly like kind of half tempted, because the SKS I was looking at prior isn't there anymore, so I'm like, fuck. But a little carbine though, like that, oh hell yeah, little 9mm. Well, I actually don't know if it's a 9mm or not. It could be like, you know, a 38 or like 22 or something like that. I honestly don't know. I mean, there's a few of them, actually. There's, like, at least 2 that look kind of like a Mauser, and there's a few other little carbines, and there's a few Winchesters and some lever actions. I'm just like, goddamn. And they're all in, like, that 200 to 600 price range, and it's like, oh. At least some of the lower-end ones in there, in my price range, it's like, oh. Maybe, baby. Because then at that point, you know, I can just, you know, grab a couple magazines for that, and then from there, just, you know, have 2 guns to shoot with. So then I can have me and a friend side by side, you know, shooting some targets. Man, dude, this paw on the goddamn leg. Oh, you're just giving me the cutest face. At least you don't have the eyes of sociopathy. You know, part of the little video I was doing for the little vlog thing, I should have recorded Vito with his face, because he literally had like this. He had this look on him. It's like, man, I really, and knowing what he has done, what that dirty little dog has done, it's like, oh my god, I cannot look at that pup again with the same eyes. At least with Zukov, I still can. He still has his innocence, kind of. His brother's trying to unconsensually, like, coerce him into these actions, and I don't approve of it. While at the same time being very defensive of his sister. It's just like, oh my god. It's like, gross, no. And apparently, those 2 aren't the only ones. From what I found out, like, it runs in the family or something. It's like, no. Because, like, from what I understand, the friend that we got them from, they still have 2 of them, and apparently they were trying to get a little bow diggity with it. It's like, oh no, it's like, what? Hey, what's with canines? Canines don't give a fuck, do they? Well, I guess, well, they're giving it a lot of fucks, but it's because they don't give a fuck is why they're giving out the fucks. It's just like, I mean, a little too close to the tree, you'd think, yeah? It's like, why? What the hell? No. Bad Vito. Isuka, if you don't fucking do that either. Okay? Because I swear to God, if I catch you going full on, like, I'm finna fuck this bitch mode on your own sister, there's about to be a can of figurative wheelbass on you. Okay? I said figurative because I ain't gonna do that to you. But I will not be happy. Because it's just going to confirm that it really does run a family and you truly are a little freak too, and I can't look at you the same way again either. It's like, no. What type of, like, plop is that? Front legs stretched out, but rolled up in a little ball. But, okay. So I watched Captain Marvel and it felt like almost a retread of the first Avenger almost. I mean, it's why I personally don't really get into these superhero comic films anymore. Like, I've kind of totally, like, just fallen out of it entirely, at least for me at this point. Aside from the occasional, you know, one-off or something like that, that actually does look intriguing to me. I can't really think, what was the last superhero film I really, like, At least like a legit one. Probably, honestly, Endgame, maybe. I mean, Joker, but that's kind of stretching it. Yeah, it's been a while. I never really felt like she was at risk because she was so powerful. So, pretty much like underwhelming antagonists and enemies, thus basically making the protagonist and the main character just plot armored to shit. Like the Mary Sue archetype, basically. Which honestly, the whole Mary Sue thing isn't necessarily just a female thing only when it comes to characters. You could definitely have male character Mary Sues and shit. I mean, because it's all essentially the same thing, just endless plot armor. Even when it don't make sense. And it's the same problem I have with Superman, although there are ways to make him vulnerable. Yeah. Kryptonite is pretty much the main way. Like that's in the lore where that's like the #1 weakness. So it's like, especially for him, it's possible. I suppose you could do it via attrition. Wear him down. But you at least have to be somewhat equal in fighting capabilities. And even then, you might, have the higher edge overall. If we are going to go by the Superman filmed out, where his brother comes in and fucking trying to hunt him down and shit because they destroyed their planet Krypton and all that, and the whole yada yada and shit. The whole lore of how he got to Earth in the first place, and did you know there's a variant of kryptonite that is like weed to Superman? Based. Nice. That just made Superman a lot more cooler. Why don't they implement that? Get my kryptonite weed, dude. My crypto weed. Oh my god. That made me think about another crypto. And weed, but on the crypto Bitcoin blockchain. It's like, fuck. No. The characters are that powerful, they feel like they're some more like MacGuffins. Yeah. And at that point, they're not really, really relatable anymore. I mean, it's just like, honestly, that's why, especially for me, I do like characters that actually have, struggles and, problems and flaws and hardships and shit. I mean, also, that's, I think, why I kind of, magnetize towards, anti-hero archetypes. In a lot of ways, because there's a lot of flaw, with the Joker, for example, if Joaquin Phoenix playing the Joker and shit, that's for me one of my more favorite anti-hero archetypes, at least in more contemporary films and shit. So it's just I mean, when it comes to a character that's flaws and kind of another perspective and kind of one that challenges your views a little bit. I really love those type of characters. I mean, one that's just endless, yeah, I'm winning all the time, gun ho, yeah, bitty ching gang bang bang, whatever the fuck, I'm the winner, and plot armor galore. It's okay, yeah, you're just not relatable. If anything, that gets boring, especially if it's endless. I mean, it's fine to have some plot armor and shit, but I mean, it's. I mean, it's just you can't let that just be the only thing. The plot armor is yeah, this character can't necessarily, die, at least, in this, at least yet, or whatever the fuck. Okay. As long as you make the plot and the story and everything work, to where it's at least believable and works out and makes sense, fine. I mean, it's whatever. Like, there definitely can be elements of plot armor that could work, but you have to make it believable and, well, work. You have to make it work. It's not as simple as just being like, oh, yep, they're just, like, you know, unbeatable, basically, and if they do, they have, like, a comeback and they win anyway. It's like, oh, well, how exciting. Like, honestly, like, imagine if, the prequels of, Star Wars and shit had, the Mary Sue, I don't, like, what is it, Ray? Ray, something like that, I don't even know. But, like, I mean, I think it's Ray. But, like, if they made her, like, have, like, a defeat or something, it was, like, defeated in, like, one of the films and had, like, kind of, like, build back, like, in the first film, and she had to kind of, like, build her shit back up a little bit in the second one, and actually did focus on that, and then the third one, she kind of has, like, this, oh, can she really defeat, you know, even these bigger, badder fucking asses of, I guess, the Emperor not being actually dead, but having fucking clones of him, or just, I don't even want to go into that, but, like, I mean, okay, alright, I'm realizing that was in there, and I'm now reflecting on that currently, like, oh my god, why was that there? Why was that a thing? Oh my god. Why was that a thing? But, yeah, I mean, aside from that reflection I had to take there for a second, I mean, like, if there was some actual, I mean, fundamentally, if there was some actual, I don't know, character development, even if it's just, like, half-assed, I mean, honestly, those fucking movies would have been just a little bit marginally better. Not a lot, but considering how they look like now, I mean, it would have been a lot. Superman got drunk in a bar after Lois Lane died. It got all spicy. Oh shit. Man watched the DCAU and does a great job of conveying Superman's struggle of having to constantly hold himself back to maintain peace. Yeah. Every Superman's a complete personality profiles and well career backstory. Then you have like cartoon. The likes of cartoons, yeah. And again, you know, it's like I said, there could definitely be elements of things where, like, plot armor actually works and shit. They know he can get drunk. Yeah. I think it takes a lot more for him to get drunk, but yeah, he can. I mean, he's a superhuman, so, I mean, there's definitely going to be some properties about him that are still, well, human. But I saw the comment about, like, if like Arthur Fleck was like an anti-villain. I mean, I guess technically, but I mean the whole anti-hero archetype also kind of implies for anti-villains too. Same thing, but just a villain version. But I suppose I guess that just depends on how you know, perceive Arthur Fleck in that movie. Is he the hero or the villain of the story? But I think that's kind of the whole implication of the film, on top of whether it's even real or not. Because honestly, it kind of drops that, especially near the end of the film. But it kind of implies it throughout the entire movie with little tiny hints of foreshadowing. Like, at first, I didn't necessarily get it right off the bat, but I got it as soon as it kind of dropped it on you near the end of the movie. And then I looked, and then I watched it again, and I even noticed other little bits of foreshadowing and shit that were in that film that kind of led to believe that, yeah, there's probably some things that are happening concurrently that are just maybe not real, but look like they are. Because there was definitely a lot of things that were going on around Arthur Fleck's life and shit, but weren't totally akin to reality. Not just, like, overtly where you can kind of tell, but, like, very, very, very subtly. Like, you have to, like, look. But that's what I love about movies like that, though. because I mean, kind of makes you have to like kind of go back to want to watch it over and over again, at least a couple different times, just to find the different little bits and pieces that you didn't quite get to on the plate when you initially saw it. Superman, you can do whatever the fucking writers want. Yeah, I mean, in a way. I mean, Superman was kind of built to be kind of like that character. I mean, hence his name. Like this Superman type of character. It's like, yeah, I'm a man, but super. That's one of the most relatable reasons I've seen in a movie. Yeah, same here. Because honestly, especially for me, during that point in my life, like, I actually was kind of going through, not like that, but, similar feelings and experiences, to how to how Arthur Fleck was feeling. Or at least I can extrapolate, similar feelings, from the film. Because it was kind of a major commentary on things like mental illness, and broader, especially if you kind of listen closely to background things like the radio and shit like that, or just look at different things in the background, like like the streets and all that shit. Like, you'll kind of notice like there's commentaries about like the exploitation, and strife and suffering that comes from poverty, and the extraction from the working class and shit, amongst all these other different things. Like, it's a very social / political commentary rich movie. What's this? This can't be serious. Bird King. Do you have a servant's heart? A servant's heart? Apply within? A servant's heart. I really don't even know what to say to that. It's like, yeah, we're like feudal lords. Are you a servant to the lord? Are you a servant in the serf and you have a heart of one? Please apply within. To our little fiefdom, yes, yes. Praise be the king. Don't mind his torn and shattered and ragged ass crown and king's robes. For he's an old disheveled fuck, but nonetheless. Do you want to be a slave? Yes. Slave for the king? What? Yeah. Baby. You're just so cute. Did you ever play BioShock? No, but yeah, I kind of wish I did. I guess it's obviously not too late, but I never got into BioShock growing up. I had friends that were, and they would tell me about it, and I've seen them play it before, and I've seen gameplay and shit, and it's like, why is this, why haven't I not, like, gotten into this? Especially BioShock Infinite, like, that looks like it is just right up my alley. Where you have, like, this crazy fucking steampunk, psycho, Ancapistan society that you're in, and you're kind of, like, breaking it down a little bit, like, yeah, sign me up. So it's like, I mean, honestly, there's some things about it I'm just like, why haven't I gotten into that franchise yet? What the fuck is wrong with me? What am I doing? So, yeah, honestly, like, eventually at some point, when I get around to it, I'll definitely have to, get into that franchise and shit, because it's definitely one that I've, have an interest in, at least especially BioShock Infinite, because that looks like it's definitely up my alley. I don't know, like, from what I understand, I don't think it, like, is totally accurate to the lore from what I get, but I could be wrong, I don't know. Again, I'm not, heavily, invested into its lore or anything like that. Just interested in it. But I'll definitely have to check it out. Honestly, now I'm thinking about it, I might just, like, probably watch some gameplay videos of it. Especially Bioshock Infinite, because that especially definitely looks fun. I want to wreak havoc as a crazy anarchist in an ANCAP society. Hell yeah. And it's steampunk. Can't go wrong, steampunk. You know about Andrew Ryan's philosophy, sweat of his own brow. He says he is entitled to, while ignoring all the people who helped him build Rapture. No, yeah. Yeah, like I said, I don't know too much about it all. But, see, this is why, you know, I'm interested in this type of shit. And I'm kind of wondering, now they kind of put it in my mind again, now I'm wondering, well, again, why I haven't gotten into this franchise yet. Oh, it looks like in the first game you can actually meet him. And it's a remaster of the game? Cool. Alright, nice. Hell yeah. Oh, now this news. Wait, what's this? Survey. 88% of dating app users prefer a match who goes to therapy. I would imagine so. It kind of because it implies like, hey, this person works on themselves. I mean, that at least shows like, hey, they're mature, responsible, and well, willing to work on themselves. So, therapy, lol. I mean, that's funny. I mean, it is a little bit. I didn't think... I mean, hold on. Let me see. The community post actually has, like, a whole thing said here. People are swiping right when it comes to mental health, and neglecting is apparently the latest dating deal breaker. A new survey from dating app Hinge found that 88% of users prefer knowing that they've matched with somebody who goes to therapy, and 97% prefer a match who prioritize their mental health in general. According to USA Today, Hinge predicts ignoring your mental health will be the biggest dating deal breaker of 2022. What the fuck age range do they pull? I guess people that... Well, it's from the Hinge, I guess the dating app. What kind of society we live in where therapy is the norm? I mean... shouldn't it be, though? Like, even if we're not necessarily in, like, a, quote, fucked up, you know, society and shit, I mean, it shouldn't necessarily be a bad thing to, you know, go to therapy for some things. Why see how problems so seriously and you help resolve them? Not, I don't know, not always. I mean, there's sometimes a lot, like, I mean, a lot of the times when I was, like, going to counseling and shit like that, at least for high school and stuff, I mean, like, a lot of it wasn't necessarily just trying to, you know, get, like, some serious shit in order, but, you know, sometimes it was more or less just, you know, kind of, like, helping, you know, prioritizing, you know, what I kind of need to, you know, do and what not to do and shit like that. Like, some of it wasn't necessarily just like, hey, you know, what, you know, type of things are happening at home and how those things can be, blah, blah, blah. It's just like, hey, you know what? It's like, you got a lot of homework, right? And it's like, yeah. All right, well, what do you think, should be prioritized and blah, blah, blah. So it wasn't just all, how do we, like, resolve these, like, life, significant, serious issues. I mean, they could be for more insignificant things, too. Being like, hey, I'm kind of stuck in a rut. Nothing's really wrong with me right now, but, like, don't feel like I'm going anywhere, blah, blah, blah. I mean, because that doesn't necessarily mean, serious issues, but having, a therapist or someone who's a counselor and a professional to kind of be like a third voice or a second voice, so to speak, is a good way to help out with that. Is completely what y'all meant. Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's an understandable misunderstanding, but, because, like, therapy, I think, is especially, like something that, especially should be used for, when things are definitely serious. And, yeah, when someone's like, hey, you need to get help or you need therapy or whatever. But, I mean, it's not necessarily just for that either. Like, it could definitely be, to just kind of help kind of reorganize a little bit of chaos that might be happening just because, you got so much different shit, like, oh, I gotta do this, gotta do that, blah, blah, blah. It's in the news because it's weird. Yeah, well, because it's not like a normalized thing that's talked about. Like, when it comes to mental health and, things that are related to it, like, counseling and therapy and shit. And at least for me, I think it definitely should be a more normalized thing because it becomes a more easier thing to talk about, especially when it comes to one's own personal, mental health and shit. So, in a way, it kind of helps become a little bit more of a normalized thing to be on the surface level, being more open and comfortable about their mental health, saying, yeah, it's like, this is what I've got going on with, me and blah, blah, blah and shit. I mean, it's kind of what I do. Like, I'm obviously I definitely keep, shit private as needed, but I'm pretty open about myself in a lot of ways here. So, I mean, like, in a way that, like, I guess one could say it's my own, like, it could be like one's own personal talk therapy, just kind of shooting shit like this, too, in no sense. I mean, therapy doesn't necessarily have to just be with, a counselor either. One could find therapy and, just, finding an outlet. So, because sometimes, therapists will recommend, trying to find outlets or hobbies and shit, and I was too, when it came to me going to counseling shit in high school, years back. So, I mean, it doesn't have to necessarily just be like, oh man, like, your life is in total shambles, and, like, your girl broke up with you, or your guy broke up with you, or this and that, and, like, dog died, and grandma's passing away tomorrow, and all this shit, and, it's like you need some serious help because you're about to be on a meth binge or some shit. Like, I mean, therapy is definitely important when that crazy shit happens, but, it can also be important for, when just, you kind of hit a little bump in the road. Because having a second voice, could definitely be pretty important. That isn't necessarily just your friends either. Hence why, third voice potentially as well. Because, a lot of people can kind of go to their friends as a sense of, like, therapy. Obviously not a professional version of it, but, having, like, a friend to kind of, that, just kind of let you vent your shit and whatever the fuck, have a little back and forth and, talk about things and shit. I mean, that in itself is like a form of therapy. Obviously not like the professional, like, counseling version of it, but people go to therapy in droves. Well, not, aren't you? No, I mean, not, like, in comparison, like, I would say that there are more people probably, going to therapy today versus, like, 10 years ago, or hell, probably even 5 years ago. But, I mean, I don't necessarily think that's just because of COVID either, but I mean, I think because it's becoming a little bit more of a normalized thing, it's, especially when it comes to, ways to try to help, better manage your own little lives, even in the more, not necessarily insignificant, but, more lighter ways, like, having to, like, try to figure out how to prioritize, doing different things that you need to get done and shit like that. Yeah, but I prefer someone being there. I don't care for what. That's true. People. They're serious. Well, yeah. I mean, because honestly, fundamentally, like, I mean, your mental health is a serious thing, and it's a serious reason to be going for it. And whether it's because you can't necessarily, like, get out of a little rut, or you're, like, in total shambles and you need to get your shit back together, like, totally, or you just have, like, some bumps in the road that you need to kind of, like, figure out and can't quite, you know, figure out and shit. I mean, it's all of that is, you know, while obviously in probably different degrees, all of it's serious, because fundamentally mental health is a very serious thing, and a very, you know, especially a serious reason, you know, to be like looking out for, especially when it comes to your own health. So I mean, it definitely doesn't mean that, you know, people should be like self-diagnosing or just doing like just like their own personal, like, you know, therapy without actually, like, you know, seeking professional, you know, guidance with these type of things. I feel like I have to assume what it is now when I was in my 20s. It definitely isn't. I mean, honestly, I kind of wish it was, like, when it was your time and shit. Like, my dad's even told me about some times when, like, activism shit is happening, and he's gotten even just kind of caught in the midst of it, or just went to it just for the hell of it. It's like, man, where the fuck was all this shit? It's like, it's amazing. Life's got more difficult in general. Well, yeah. I mean, honestly, is why I'm wondering where the fuck is that energy. Like, the angst is there now more than ever. I mean, and while obviously we're, you know, talking about therapy and, you know, at least, you know, a lot of the positives of it, I mean, in this case, that can't just be the only outlet for things like this. Gotta channel that angst. Gotta channel it. Channeling the proper outlets that are necessarily just finding hobbies. Or whatever the fuck. The last few years easily drove many people to therapy, I'm sure. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Which, funny enough, at least for me personally, I kind of feel better with my own mental health in the last couple years in comparison to pre-COVID. For me, at least. And, funny enough, I know I'm not the only one either that feels like that necessarily, but, man, it feels weird to kind of be a contrarian health-wise with that, I guess. I'm not saying I'm doing great per se, but, you know, it's like, hey, you know, I'm definitely doing way better than I was, like, 2019, you know, pre-COVID and shit. Because honestly, looking back, you know, pre-COVID versus now, like, I'm like, damn, I was kind of in a dark place a little bit. But, I don't know. But now at this point, do what you can, yeah. Yeah, I think honestly it's just because, you know, I've figured out, like, you know, a better way to express a lot of my, you know, frustrations and shit like that, and, you know, into the things that, you know, I think are important. Not just politically and out, you know, in that realm, but even just in my own personal life too. I mean, also if, you know, the slight little different changes, like, you know, having Zukov and, you know, having other little outlets that are pretty easily accessible, like, you know, getting a gun, having fun, you know, shooting the shit, quite literally, you know, in that case, because it's an easily affordable thing, you know, it's a little outlet, plus it's a fun way to get rid of angst. When you have, like, a big boom boom stick, I mean, that, you know, that, like, definitely releases a lot of stress, and there's something about, like, you know, there's a feel-good thing to it. You know, even my friend Harley, who was not, like, really big into guns and shit, even he's all like, ooh, this is fun, ooh. He all got giggity about it, you know? So, it's just like, I mean, something like that, yeah, like, having those outlets are definitely important, and, you know, and having an ability to just, like, you know, channel, that type of shit into these different things is, you know, I think is, you know, what's truly is, like, you know, helped with a lot of that type of stuff. And on top of, you know, like, you know, with the squirrels too, and just, you know, not taking things so seriously either. It doesn't mean I have my own road bumps and my own hiccups and shit too, because I definitely do, but those also become easily and more better manageable, you know, when they do happen. Because at least when it comes to having like a full-on like depression phase, I can't really think of like a real bad one, honestly. Like, I mean, I've definitely been like, yeah, I'm feeling kind of shitty, but like, that's probably like really the worst I've felt. Or just like, man, this day is just not my day. Everything's going wrong. Like, every time I'm like, you know, walking around, I'm stepping on a dog toy, stepping on Zukov, spilling his dog bowl, fucking spilling the water bowl, this and that. Like, sometimes there are days that are just like that. And I'm just like, fuck, you know, just like, you know, eventually I just kind of burst in like a yell of like, ah, fuck, this day sucks. But, I mean, that's like the worst, I think, that, you know, I get at this point. It's just like that, you know, like every now and then, like like there's just like a fuck you day to me, you know, that happens like that, and it's like, well, all right, that's nice. But it's, you know, it's whatever. You know, it's like once the day's done, it's done. You move on. You know, if anything, kind of laugh at it at the end of it. So, I mean, all in all, it's just like, basically just not really taking things so seriously, you know, and, you know, just channeling into things that, especially at least for me, I think are pretty important when it comes to my own frustrations, angst, and just my own energies and shit. I mean, especially considering the, you know, political aspect of things when it comes to that. I mean, and given, you know, things when it comes to, like, you know, work and labor and shit, especially just my own workplace, seeing it directly, it's like, yeah. I mean, it's kind of hard for me to be like, yeah, this energy I'm, you know, about trying to get the workers back, you know, together and a little bit more rabble-rousely. Yeah, nah. That ain't it, Chief. It's like, especially as, you know, the weeks go on more and more, and it's like the more and more I'm like, seems like it's the right track. Starbucks is starting to get a little scared and get a little, wishy-washy about things and getting a little fuckety. It's like, sounds like somebody's scared. You know, it's like that type of trend. It's like the whole like labor movement trend just keeps going, you know, just steadily growing. And Starbucks are the only ones that are, you know, starting to be alert about that shit. Like, all these different fucking companies are on high alert about this type of stuff. Because they don't want anything about it. I just realized I'm at fucking almost 5 hours. Holy shit. Just got me airing her on for so long. I didn't even realize how long we're going on for. God damn. Damn, son. Nice. Kind of grind a little bit more up. I don't even know really why I'm grinding this a little bit. I already have a little bowl ready to get loaded up in here anyway. It's like, let me grab some weed. Oh wait, I already got some ready to go. But I'm gonna finish up my burrito once I get done with this. Got that about half eaten. Oh, I have some maple syrup. Oh, I should put some maple syrup in it. Well, it won't go with the sauce, the hot sauce. Yeah. I'll do that next time, though. Because the burrito I get all the time, it's pretty much like a breakfast burrito, minus eggs. Like, that's the only thing that doesn't make it a breakfast burrito. If it had eggs, it would. I bet it still tastes hella good and become just, you know, a breakfast burrito with maple syrup anyway. Goes faster when time is right. Well, the time is right now. So, it'll be next time, though. I'm going to take advantage of their $1.75 special on their organ special that they got going on over there. There's no way in hell I am, They better be doing that frequently. I hope that's kind of a reoccurring thing, because that'll keep me getting them. Because I love them. They're delicious. Stuff needs cleared out. Anyway, gotta go for the rest of this lovely, fine, fun evening. But spend a good little bit of my night just comatose in and out with fat burrito. So peace out, and of course I shall be around for the next one. So.